Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, and welcome back to another edition of Jim Cornette's Drive Thru right here. Wherever it is that you find us, you can definitely find us. We are there, once again. When I say there, I mean everywhere. I'm your host, the great Brian Last, and here he is, the star of the show, Mr. Jim Cornette.
We're here, we're there, we're everywhere, we're El Kabong. What a way to start the program. At least you woke me up a little bit with your tomfoolery there. We are everywhere now. Full coverage again. This is 301, right?
That is correct.
Last week was 300. That was the first official full cable penetrate. We were penetrating the entire planet. And we followed that up with the experience. And now, again, on the drive-thru, the people are finding us on the Spotifys, the apples, the oranges, the pears, all of the various fruit that carries podcasts now has, and the back catalog that was available also before is now available again.
I believe so. Actually, some people asked me about the back catalog. I got to double check on that. We have to see what's going on, but everything that was available should be available now. And if not, we'll make sure that it is.
Let us know about it if you can't find it at this point.
Hey,
we were told we had big files.
On that topic, Jim, listeners of the show may notice no theme song this week, no outro music. It's a new era. We're looking for new music. If you have something you want to construct, original, clever lyrics, doesn't go on forever, no Freebird, no thrash metal,
no Inagata-Davida,
no hardcore. And I may like some of these things, but it's not going to fit here. If you have anything you want to submit, CornyDriveThru@gmail.com.
There you go. And also, what was I going to say? Oh, with the new penetration, you'll be happy to know that the long maligned and sought after sponsor spots are coming back starting this week also with our fine cast and crew of sponsors that have been waiting patiently for us to get these things sorted out. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But I got to tell you something that you don't know, Brian Last.
Uh-oh.
There's so many things. Where do I start? No, I have been reading a brand new book that you have got to get a hold of and you've got to read for yourself. And I have to thank our good friend John Fell in Baltimore for sending me this thing that I did not even know existed. And poor John thinks I don't know he exists anymore. I've owed him a phone call like everybody else. And I just found out his emails were going into my secret other email inbox category.
Yeah, likely story.
That Hotchkiss has explained that that's where the spam goes that's not junk. We're trying to fix this. But anyway, John, I love you. He sent me the book True Believer, The Rise and Fall of Stan Lee. Have you heard of this book?
I believe so. I actually have a few Stan Lee biographies, and I believe that may be one of them.
Oh, so you're just going to shit all over my revelation here, my big discovery. How long ago did this book come out?
My big revelation, big discovery. Hold on, Stan Lee.
It was done by it was written by the same...
Yeah, Abraham Reisman.
Abraham Reisman that wrote the Vince McMahon book Ringmaster.
Yeah, I got this like 3 years ago or something.
Well, fuck you then.
He just put out the Vince McMahon book. You didn't think he wrote this right after that? Back to back, did you?
Well, he seems to be a prolific son of a bitch. I didn't see any reason why he couldn't, just put his nose to the grindstone and crank one out. Have you ever just thought sitting in your office, I ought to just put my nose to the grindstone and crank one out?
I go upstairs for that.
All right, well, anyway, it's a great book, and I thank John Fell for it. And apparently Stan Lee was not shy or reticent to take credit for the work of others. We are being led to believe in the narrative of this book so far as I've gotten into the front part.
No, there's a great book by Steve Ditko called Fuck Stan Lee. You should check that out.
And
Kirby does the forward.
All right, I thought Kirby would probably like to get Lee backwards. But anyway, and also I got to mention something else that I've been holding off until we got our signal clarified and everything, got back on the air all the way. The International Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame Not the one in Texas that Johnny Mantel ripped everybody off and disappeared, but the actual real one in Albany, New York, that is located at, I guess they call it now the MVP Arena. It's the old building in Albany. Well, I say the old building, the big building in Albany that the WWE and F has been running for years and years. They've got a legitimate Hall of Fame there now, an exhibit with some merchandise and things. And they are having their induction gala on August 26th. And one of the people being honored is for the Trailblazer Award is Christine Jarrett. And Bill Apter is going to be there, wonderful Willie, to present the award to Brennan Martin, who's Teeny's grandson and wrote the book on her life here a few years ago. And I wanted to mention that because obviously, you know, if it wasn't for Christine Jarrett, I wouldn't be in the wrestling business. And then you can extrapolate from there potentially. I'm not going to go down the list of people that I have either booked or recommended or given their first opportunity on television or whatever. Not to say they weren't talented, but if a mute tree falls in the forest, does a bear shit in the woods, or whatever that saying is. How many other people might not have gotten their opportunity in wrestling if she hadn't given me mine? So I'm glad to see people recognizing her. And as we talked about a few months ago, for some unrelated reason, she was probably the most, well, not even probably, factually and statistically, the most successful female promoter to this day in the history of wrestling. For longevity, number of shows run, those shows actually making money. She was promoting up to 150 events a year and did that for the better part of 20 years before she slowed down and, stopped traveling so much. And that was after a long career in the office for not only Nick and Roy, but for Jerry himself. So anyway, if you would like, as they say, tickets and information to the induction gala, which promise not to sue him, is going to begin at 6:05 p.m. that night at the MVP Arena in Albany. But you can go to prowrestlinghall.org, prowrestlinghall.org for tickets and information on the cocktail hour and the banquet and the whole 9 yards. And I may actually be having Hotchkiss send a video up there for the occasion. All right, Brad. Anyway, this is your program because I had very little sleep last night. And as a matter of fact, most people in the metropolitan Louisville area did not either, according to what I saw on the news this morning. When the newscasters are talking about nobody got any sleep, we had more storms come through all night, and it wasn't the chaos, oh my God, we're all going to blow away type of storms. It was yes, there's some severe warnings in some places around the area, but mostly it's just loud thunder, bright lightning, and torrential rain. And Harley was up and running around, and it would jar you out of bed. And so between, I guess, 11:30 and I don't know if it was 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, nobody in town got any sleep. So I'm following you here because I'm still trying to slap myself around.
Well, I'm pretty tired too, but we have a lot to get to, and we have wrestling stuff and no reviews, so lots of fun stuff. Well, no reviews until whatever we record after time travel.
Yes, well, we got to jump in on the dark side of the ring with Abdullah the Butcher is this week. If nothing else, we're going to have that before this podcast wraps up.
He was bad.
Oh, God, we got to listen to that voice, though, don't we?
Oh, you do.
Oh.
I want your blood. Well, why don't they put him with Moxley? He wants the blood. The other guy's just bleeding everywhere.
Yeah, they seem like a match made in heaven.
Well, let's talk about a match made in hell.
Well, I was going to mention that we had a transition a minute ago with I'd like to slap somebody else around, but I think you're going in the same direction.
There have been a lot of questions recently from the listeners. You may have noticed a few disruptions in the podcast feed, the podcast schedule. You may have noticed that the advertisers and the very, very popular conversations we have about them have been out of the show for the last little while. There have been less commercials in the show the last little while. And this is because of a situation that emerged between us, Arcadian Vanguard and Jim Cornette, and a company that was handling our advertising called Kast Media. And was that a good introduction?
Well, yeah, that basically lays it out there. And here's the problem. And I mentioned this a couple months ago, probably when this first became an issue and we had to start making some changes. As that you and I, some people call us control freaks. I kind of say that we are picky. We're picky about what we do and our programs. And that's why that we do everything ourselves or in-house. Unlike many other podcasts, programs, whatever, we're not with a network. And we own all of our content, and we are our own producers, and we decide what we say and talk about and what we don't. And even our editing and our administrative technical support, they work for us. They're Kippelman and old Jay Sharknado and so many more. They're highly paid, highly trained stooges. They're very
No, they're not stooges in any way. Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
They do as we direct. Now, they're not just run-of-the-mill stooges. They're not the Three Stooges. They're highly paid, highly trained, highly sought-after stooges.
Plus, you just named two of them.
Work.
So it can't be well, you named two. It can't be three.
Well, I didn't know if I was supposed to talk about the other guy till we clear it with his parole officer.
There is no parole officer, ladies and gentlemen.
Not that you know about. But anyway, so the point is, as I mentioned a couple months ago, but didn't go into detail about, there was one weak link in the chain, one outside entity that we had come to rely on because we had no reason for quite some time to not rely on him. And that was this weasel. I'm sorry, alleged weasel, since this is going to court, that was running Kast Media, who was selling our advertising to the fine advertisers that advertise on our program's advertising. But as to paraphrase Jerry Seinfeld, it's not the selling of the advertising, it's the paying for the advertising. And suddenly, there was no paying for our advertising, not from our fine sponsors who have been upset as we were about this disruption of service. They paid him and he didn't pay us. Have I summed that up correctly, Brian?
You have summed it up. There's a lot of detail, and we should note we're not unique in this situation. There are other shows, pretty much all the shows under the umbrella of Kast Media. Now, again, we were an outside production. We were just using them for advertising support. There are other shows that are in the unfortunate position of being Kast productions, or may not have a big audience and may not know what to do. So we're in a better position than most, but this happened to many.
Yes, and here's the thing. This idiot was working for us for a straight commission. You sell the advertising just like anybody else on Madison Avenue, right? And as a bonus to us, and this is where it got a little sticky, we had to get some changes made. As a bonus to us, and we will provide the platform that your podcast is on, right? The feeds and everything.
Right. He had stopped me because I was going to set up our own hosting several years back after we had already been doing business with them for maybe a year or so. And he said, we're going to do it. We'll cover your cost. And we just want to, continue to be a part of the advertising.
Yeah, give you a little bonus there. Okay, well, since
it wasn't a bonus. I wouldn't call it a bonus.
Give us a little something to save us a few $1,000s a month when the billing for his company, the commission off of our advertising just last year alone was 6 figures for him. So he beneficially, just charitably, I'll save you a couple grand a month. Well, okay, fine, right?
With no overhead. Important.
We didn't think we were putting him out.
Again, no overhead for him or his company because we are an independent production. All the costs are ours.
And we would provide the finished show. But meanwhile, what this alleged weasel does, did we mention his name is Colin Thomson? I don't know if we mentioned that. But what this alleged weasel does is he takes our money that our advertisers paid for the advertising on our shows and invests it back in another part of his company that is helping produce other people's programs. And he has got some people, as you said, in the same boat, but worse because he owes them money. He was providing them maybe producers or production facilities or who knows what kind of who shot John deal he had sold them on that he was going to benefit them in some way. And as you mentioned, unlike us, either they weren't technically not under contract to him for their shows, or he had some ownership, or he had some hold over them to where they had to sit around and go, well, what the fuck do we do? Whereas we immediately, when we found out that this weasel is going bankrupt, still owing us. And by the way, don't think anybody out there who just hates us just horribly, like a Hardy Fan 24 or whatever, and thinks this is going to kill the podcast. No, unfortunately for you, this was a minor bump in the road. Let me put it this way.
This was the best thing that could have happened. I hate to say.
Well, this guy owes me and Brian each a brand new Ford Expedition.
No. It's more than that. What are you talking about?
Have you seen the prices on them goddamn tricked out, fully fucking loaded? I've been checking.
I haven't.
Well, exactly. Anyway, so that is, again, not going to change our standard of living, but it's enough to piss us the fuck off.
Yeah, he owes us more than that each. If we're doing it, he owes us more than that if we're doing the math.
Well, and then we're talking about the lost revenue also then, which would add on to that. But nevertheless, the point being, this guy goes from paying us every month for our advertising to all of a sudden he misses a check. Well, what's going on? Oh, no, they're just industry issues. And then we get one the next month, but is it for what we thought we should have got? And then we don't get one the next month. And then you're on you've been up his ass. You've been so far up his ass, you could probably draw from memory the goddamn sketch of his fucking colon turns. And is it just no, there's no problems, there's no issues. And then we get a check, but and then we find out, oh, by the way, I'm going bankrupt. So
let's take a couple steps back and actually give some information and some details here to the story.
All right.
We were on our own doing our thing, and while looking for hosting and advertising support, someone in the industry said, hey, we know a network. It's a young, aggressive guy. He's doing his own shows, but they may be able to represent your sales interests because they want to pad their numbers and say that your show numbers are part of their network. So we start doing business with them slowly. Things work out. There are always issues with the accounting from day one. And there were a lot that you could overlook. I mean, we didn't get money unless I checked on it every month, and then we would get the money. But if I checked on it every month, we would get the money. So it's a pain in the ass, but we got paid. All of a sudden last year, there were these blips. This happens at a very interesting time for us. These shows are excessively popular and growing. Also, we have no contract. We've been out of contract for years. And there's a specific reason why we're out of contract. And that reason was I demanded a key man clause. I demanded an immediate opt-out of the contract if there was a sale of the company or any change in the senior management structure, any changes from the company we're signing the deal with today, we have the option, the ability to immediately opt out.
Because you, not being Nostradamus, but Nostradamus, realized that if we were under contract to this weasel and this weasel sold this company, that we would have to be doing business with someone that we didn't even know as well as we did him, apparently, which we didn't know him that well. And we don't want to do that.
Well, I was worried about that, and that's exactly what happened. But also, I believed from my conversations with this flake that his game plan wasn't to have a business and hold on to it for years and run it and love it. It was to find something, pump it up, and sell it. And set himself up with a job and some money, hopefully. Didn't work out in the end like he hoped. We'll get to that. But I think that was the game plan. And every time I brought up the opt-out, radio silence. I wouldn't hear anything from them. Now, I was dealing on a daily basis with their sales team. Besides what we say about Colin Thomson, the flake boob owner of Kast Media.
That's alleged flake boob.
Oh, no, I dealt with him. I could say it. He is a boob, flake, and a phony creative executive. He has no creative skills at all.
And also, that's Thomson, no P. We're taking the P out of him right now.
That's right. So every time I brought up the opt-out, he would go silent. I'm dealing with their sales team. Great sales team. Great management of the sales team. Great people. Great relationship. The success of the advertising on these podcasts has been a wonderful relationship between Jim Cornette, Arcadian Vanguard, and the sales team that was under Kast Media. So all of a sudden, late last year, right around the time my dad died, the money stops coming in. Okay, we always have to check on things. They've gone through multiple accountants. There's always an accountant to point a finger at, whatever. Where's the money? That's when we start hearing about industry conditions. Ignoring the fact that we are in this industry.
And our conditions have never been better.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. We know how to scale a business. We know how to make a profit. We're good. We have survived just fine any industry issues with advertising. We've done quite well. You've got a problem. It's not an industry problem, it's a you problem. So earlier in the year, we had some talks. Again, out of contract, we could do whatever we want. And he said he was going to come up with a plan for repayment. In the meantime, they gave us a payment schedule.
Oh, and by the way, you forgot about the platform change. That was before that. The reason why that everybody suddenly had problems with downloading the show or finding the show, or is the show up, or we can't fast forward, or whatever the case may be, was because he switched over to something that may have been more affordable to his weakened financial condition that he was denying was the case and not telling us about.
That's right. And to be quite honest, we went to a company called SoundStack for hosting briefly, and I don't think they were ready for prime time, but they're very nice people. And they were a big help to us. So we say thank you to them, but it just wasn't ready for us.
Yeah,
right
because
now.
Since this guy is the pulled a fucking Jimmy Hoffa, and nobody, even his own ex-employees, who he also left in the lurch and fucking probably are looking for him right now, has been able to get a hold of the guy or heard from him. So we had to go into rounds with that to get everything switched back to where we wanted it.
Right. And when all these things were happening early in the year, Jim and I had conversations. Okay, I'm going to engage other parties right now. All we need is advertising support. We could do everything else ourselves. We could do the advertising support ourselves too. I don't want that. I want an established entity.
We can pop the corn too, Joe.
And sometimes you want to do that because sometimes you want salt, sometimes you want butter. But we wanted an expert in salt and butter, and that's all we needed. They put together a repayment plan. I had a conversation with Colin Thomson, and he tells me he knows that we've been waiting for money. We've been a great partner. He's very into just mindless buttering up. So if you could sit through that, sometimes you get something. And he said that he's in the midst of selling his company to Podcast One. And this would be a good thing because he would have the funds from the sale to repay us the money we're owed.
The money that he has already collected, because as we've mentioned, it was not that the sponsors did not want to pay for the advertising. It's that he misdirected our money someplace else in a losing venture.
That's right. Again, when you're trying to fake it till you make it, at a certain point, you need to stop. And one of the biggest problems with podcasting as a business, as a genre right now, as an industry, is too many people don't understand what the business is. And the business is a wonderful business as long as you don't pump it up and try to make yourself bigger than you are and have productions that there's no audience for. You really have to like treat it differently than everyone else is treating it, but whatever. He's going to make this deal with Podcast One. Now, at this time, I already know, okay, the conversations Jim and I had earlier this year, that's the game plan now. We need another home because we're not going to Podcast One. So we're going to get our money from Kast Media that they owe us, and then we're going to have to set everything up. I started having conversations about a new sales team, an in-house team. And then after that, the next communication was I got an NDA emailed to me. An NDA.
Not from Tony Khan now.
And by the way, let me just say this for the record. If you're hearing this on the show, this has been cleared by Stephen P. New. This has been cleared by our legal counsel. So we're good to go. And I'm not under any NDA. So I can read all these emails. I don't give a fuck. But I got an email here, May 15th, NDA for acquisition, transition process. As discussed last week, Kast assigned and letter... They got the wrong grammar here. It's A. Kast assigned a letter of intent to move forward with an acquisition. We had expected the announcement last week, but due to timing considerations, the announcement has been pushed back. We are asking you to sign an NDA, which will allow the three parties to get into immediate dialogue. This will expedite the transition process so that we can move forward with funding and payments, transaction, not transition. Funding and payments as quickly as possible. Please provide below and send the NDA. Thank you for working with us through this process. We are excited for the next phase. I never signed this NDA. I never sent it back to him.
An NDA of what? What do we know otherwise than just you owe us money and we want it and you don't want to give it to us?
It's a mutual non-disclosure agreement made on the date set forth between the Courtside Group Incorporated, doing business as Podcast One, a Delaware corporation.
Ah, they've got an assumed name, eh?
And Kast Media Incorporated, a Delaware corporation doing business as Kast Media. And
that's
us.
with a K, by the way, if you're looking these alleged weasels up. Kast, K-A-S-T.
Yes, and Colin Thomson is with a C. It's important to make sure we understand exactly how to spell his name. It's C-O-L-I-N, not K. K for Kast, C for Colin. But yeah, it's this big NDA that I can't say anything about anything that I don't know anything about that I didn't ask to be a part of. And they didn't even put our name on here. It's just a generic NDA they sent to us.
See, Tony at least filled my name in.
See, this went right into the fuck you folder here. So now I'm waiting to hear back. Because again, we're still advertising our sponsors. And let me just say, this is not a sponsor issue. I think you've said it already.
Yeah.
Sponsors paid. The company they paid didn't pay us. They stole the money. They misappropriated money that was specifically paid for the programs of Jim Cornette. That's it. Complete financial misappropriation of funds. So I don't... Go ahead.
I was about to say, so you didn't... you called me and said, hey, listen to this. Nobody signed an NDA, and we still was hanging in the air that he's supposed to be paying us back.
Right.
Not paying us back, but he's supposed to be paying us.
He's supposed to be paying us. This is all happening in the middle of the payment schedule he has set up with his newest accountant, who's about to be fucking deposed, but his newest accountant, who gave us a payment schedule, and I believe at this point they hit the first two. And there were two more on the schedule. I was asking, are those coming through? And also, what about after that date? What's going to happen? So the next communication is this email here. Hi, Brian. Hope all is well. We previously communicated that Kast Media is in the process of a proposed acquisition of certain assets of Kast Media by a subsidiary of Live One, a company listed on NASDAQ. You can find the press release here for more details.
And he said it was a generic press release about this Live One acquiring something related to certain assets, something not mentioned, not itemized or outlined.
So he sends over a proposal here. I'll get to that in a second. The attached file elaborates on the specific terms of this proposed transaction, particularly how it pertains to the migration of your podcast if your agreement is acquired as part of the acquisition.
If your agreement is acquired, well, boy, we're on pins and needles. I can't wait to migrate. We're not going to be migrating, whether legally or illegally, any fucking where except away from you, motherfucker. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, you went past the other thing. If our agreement is acquired, we have no agreement.
Yeah.
There is no agreement, you idiot.
There's no agreement, Jerry.
As we've discussed, we plan to keep your current operations with your Kast support team intact during and after this transition. By the way, he laid off that entire team. Since this email, that entire team that was going to be there for everything, they've all been laid off. They've all been laid off.
We've hired a couple of them.
Additionally, the Live One team will provide further resources. We are thrilled to be working to provide a solution that covers your balance due to Kast, ensures ongoing timely payments, and boosts resources for our team. As per the terms of the proposed acquisition, certain existing Kast podcasts are expected to transition to the post-acquisition company managed by Podcast One, a subsidiary of Live One. This condition is based on the subsidiary of Live One acquiring your agreement with your consent, along with certain modifications thereto.
Certain modifications!
Including extension of its term.
Extension of its time!
And payment by the post-acquisition company of agreed-to outstanding amounts, including back pay, generally on the terms as described in the attached file.
Kind of a bailout from these people that we hope will buy us.
Through this email, we would also like to introduce you to the exceptional team at Podcast One, Kit, the president, and Eli, vice president of talent partnerships.
Kit and Eli sounds like a vaudeville duo.
Please let us know if you are interested in proceeding as per the details given in the attachment. Any payment structure and amount will depend on the successful closing of the proposed acquisition and the execution of a new or amended podcast agreement to be entered into between you and the post-acquisition company.
Basically, he's saying you're not going to get shit unless you are strong-armed into signing a deal with the people that I'm now trying to get to buy something if I have anything of value.
And then there's the attachment here, Jim Cornette Experience and Drive Thru proposed deal terms, Live One and Kast Media Assets acquisition. Adjustments to your current contract in the transition to Live One affiliated post-acquisition company. It says they would give us a term that would be a proposed 2-year deal ending June 1st, 2026. A 2-year deal that will last 3 years is what that is, these idiots. The split, there's no changes, so we would allegedly get the same split, but such other changes as Live One may reasonably request. And then here's the accounts payable estimated. We will get, based on the amount they claim that they currently owe us, which doesn't even include the amount they said they were going to pay us for the next 2 payments, they were going to pay us a third in cash. A third in cash over 24 months. And then a third converted to public stock over 24 months. So we would get, allegedly, a third of the money that they're claiming here, not including the other money they owe us, and then a third of that money, we would have to wait for 2 years, I guess in the middle of our 2-year, 3-year term, whatever the fuck that is, to get that money. And then we would have to get stock that we would be forced to hold on to for 2 years in a bullshit company that no one wants the fucking stock of.
And that we don't want to be involved with to begin with.
Note, the above deal terms are for discussion purposes only and do not constitute an offer or a binding agreement by Kast Media, Live One, and/or any of their respective representatives, agents, affiliates. No binding agreement shall exist until such time as the parties execute a definitive agreement with respect to the above deal terms that goes on from here. So it's an offer without being an offer. I told you what was going on and told you I was not very happy. I felt that he had plenty of time to give us a heads up about this.
Well, and plus, and by the way, if anybody's wondering, well, what does Cornette say to him? I've never talked to this guy yet for both of our fucking self-preservation. I don't fucking, because I'm way not as patient as you are. But I'm seeing these emails, and you are continually saying, no, we're not taking this deal. No, this is probably going to court. No, we're not going to work with Podcast One. No, and he keeps sending you emails like he doesn't even, he's not even reading them. It's going to be so wonderful.
He's a sociopath.
When we walk down the yellow brick road with Podcast One.
He's a sociopath. None of this matters to him. He's looking for his end game, which is he's going to end up at Podcast One. He's trying to set himself up with a job because he can't sell his company for cash.
And as we come to find out, are they not trying to set up some kind of publicly traded company that they can sell stock in and make something out of nothing?
Well, let me continue with the emails because
Okay, go ahead.
Let's do that in their actual words so we can't get accused of making anything up. So I responded to Colin. Colin, the proposed deal terms attachment is disappointing and thoroughly unacceptable. We will not be engaging in any conversations with Live One unless Kast Media's outstanding balance to us is paid in cash. Also, your attachment reflects a certain amount as the balance. How was this number generated? Is that the number minus the amounts we were told to expect in June and July? Will those payments be going through as scheduled? We are not interested in any stock or payment deferrals. We expect Kast to fulfill its end of our financial agreement. In order for us to continue to advertise the existing sponsors on the schedule, we need immediate clarity on this. Please know, if Kast does not pay us exactly what we are owed, the listeners will regularly be informed and reminded about this issue, and we will make sure the sponsors and their agents know that we haven't been paid for their spots.
By the way, part B of that's already been done. We're doing part A right now.
Also, we will put a ticker on all future YouTube videos displaying the amount owed and who owes it. Now, that we're not going to do. That one I threw in just to make myself laugh. Also, please let me know who at Kast to speak to about preparations to move our shows to another distribution platform, as it appears that is now highly likely. Let me know if you want to get the lawyers involved. I just informed my corporate counsel of the contents of your email.
And again, as I said, he acts like, wait a minute, I haven't even seen or heard these words that were coming out of your mouth. And he just writes back, hi, Brian, let's get on a call first thing next week to discuss. I'd like to highlight one thing. In the current economic climate, Kast, a small entity in podcasting, and so highly impacted by volatile times, has managed to navigate a path that offers the potential for all podcasters to receive the full value of their balance. Not only that, but with a fantastic first-class podcasting company and team in Podcast One to drive better results in the collaboration moving into the future. There is no collaboration. He has just said bullshit. There are no volatile times at the Jim Cornette podcasting business except the ones that are involving him. And he may be a small entity in podcasting, but we are not. He has navigated a path that offered the potential for all the shows on his network to get fucked because he can't run a fucking business without going bankrupt.
And again, he's sending us this email, but attached to it, copied to it, are the two top executives allegedly of Podcast One. One guy's apparently being sued, because I saw that. And then a couple of the Kast Media executives, who again, good people that we had good relationships with. The issue was with him in the accounting department. But then in the same email you were quoting, the recent downturn in the digital advertising economy has placed every podcasting company in a vulnerable position. It's important to note that Kast shareholders and investors who have invested millions of dollars and years, millions of years, really, millions of dollars and years of their lives into the company are receiving exclusively stock in this transaction.
He has managed to hornswoggle somebody into putting money into this sinking ship, and now they're getting fucking paper for it.
For further context, I recommend this article, and it's a Bloomberg article about podcast consolidation reaches smaller studios amid advertising downturn. It provides insight into the alternative, more likely paths that could have played out, which would have resulted in far less favorable outcomes. I look forward to our call. Please let me know a suitable time for you.
I don't see how there could be a less favorable outcome than we're not getting our money.
We're not getting our money. This is the first time you've heard from me since the NDA. I'm contacting you with these guys who I'm trying to get you to work with, because that's all part of this deal.
And he copied them on this email. Is one of them this Rob Ellen fella?
Oh no, that
sent me an email.
That guy comes in a little bit. What a story that guy is.
Holy shit! I'm going to read those.
So I responded to Colin. Colin, doesn't sound like much reason for a call. Sounds like you've decided to fuck us on our money. You had plenty of time in the last several months to give us a heads up that you couldn't fulfill your obligations, and instead this. Jim will have plenty to say about this on future shows.
And by the way, also, I know that there's a lot of people that he's fucked around on money also, their shows. They may not be listeners, but if you know somebody that does a podcast.
Oh yeah, get in touch.
That, or send this clip to them or whatever, because they're going to love to hear this, because there's other people that he's really putting the fucking lurch. Go ahead.
Again, we expect full payment of what is owed to be in cash, as it has always been. We reject any offer of stock or deferred payment. Stock, built on an unsustainable business model, has no value to us, and certainly is not equal to cash. Unless we hear a plan for a complete repayment in cash, we will immediately cease all Kast advertising on the programs, including this weekend's episodes. We are not under contract, and we have no intention of moving to Podcast One or any of their subsidiaries. As I asked earlier, please direct me to who at Kast I will be able to work with to facilitate the feeds being transferred to a new home. Also, as I asked earlier, please let me know if the next 2 scheduled payments will be processed as expected. Would you like to read his response?
Well,
tell me
back.
After all this, if you could hear his response and not be like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
I know you're upset, and clearly my efforts are not going to change that. The reason I didn't reach out 2 months ago is because it looked like with everything happening in the industry, there was a high likelihood you were not going to be able to get anything, and that Kast was going to have to close down, as other similar podcast companies have recently. We don't care about your podcast company. You stole our advertising money. In this scenario, you would have lost the entire balance, as has happened at other companies. So I went to work on finding a solution, and this is that solution. I didn't want to discuss something that I wasn't confident could happen, so I put the deal together first and came to you immediately when it was ready. So he put a deal together that he knew would be completely unacceptable and then presented it to us rather than saying, hey, I'm in trouble. Can you guys work with me in any way, shape, or form? And he finishes, I'm still imploring you to do the right thing for you and your client.
The right
that
thing.
That is apparently me. We've been doing these shows for 5 years. This guy's been selling advertising, never listened to one of them. Which is, anyway, yeah.
Do the right thing.
I'm do the right thing.
I'm imploring you to do the right thing and take this shitty fucking deal to save my ass.
So you wrote back.
Colin, again, please direct me to who at Kast I will be able to work with to facilitate the feeds being transferred to a new home. Asked twice in previous emails, and you have not answered. A reminder, we own the show, not Kast. Again, please let me know if the next 2 scheduled payments, June and July, will be processed as expected and promised. Asked twice in previous emails, and you have not answered. We will not be moving to Podcast One or one of their affiliates. You need Podcast One, we don't. We are absolutely going to sue Kast, and you personally, in at least 3 states, if we do not receive what we are owed. Please direct me to whom your legal counsel is so I can pass along that info to my legal team. All advertising has been halted. We will be informing sponsors and agents on Tuesday that Kast has decided to keep our money, for themselves. Also, I'm going to instruct my team to immediately begin production on a new podcast called Does Colin Thomson Owe You Money? I will budget half of what you owe us to advertise it all over Los Angeles. I bet there are others with something to say, and I'll find them.
How are those billboards working out?
Well, by the way, I was asked not to do this just yet because of the pending litigation, but this is going to fucking happen.
Yeah, because we hadn't actually got to the pending litigation yet.
Yeah.
Go ahead. There's more, folks, including an executive that apparently does not have a grasp on the English language, but go ahead.
We plan to make sure all the listeners know that Colin Thomson of Kast Media decided to rip us off and is a con artist. Over and over again, we will remind everyone, Colin Thomson of Kast Media decided to rip us off and is a con artist. Good luck. And then I responded quickly after that, one more thing, because I was fired up by this. One more thing. You wrote, the reason I didn't reach out 2 months ago is because it looked like with everything happening in the industry, there was a likelihood you weren't going to be able to get anything and that Kast was going to have to close down, as other similar companies have. For the record, I started raising issues in email about our money in late 2022, not 2 months ago. You had nothing but time to tell us there were problems. You had plenty of opportunities to inform us that we would not be paid for the ads we were doing. You decided to obfuscate and have us continue to do ads we weren't going to be paid for. Then you email us that we will only be paid if we sign a bad deal with a company that has a horrible reputation, and that payment would consist of garbage stock. You have attempted to force us into a bad deal in order to collect our money. This will not stand. You have until May 31st to produce a full accounting and issue a complete payment for monies owed. My legal team is now looking into anything we could possibly do to kill your planned sale of Kast, unless we are paid what we are owed. Stronger words to follow.
But you yelled those out of your window.
Well, this is what panicked them the most, was the threat of killing the deal. Because this triggered a whole nother round of the emails.
Yes, because now we're starting to find out what there is a plot behind all of this.
So following up on my last email from Colin, hey Brian, to answer your question, as you referenced above, Kast and Jim have an agreed payment plan in place, to which both parties agreed, and Kast has adhered. Kast intends to continue to make these payments you referenced on schedule.
Note, editor's note. We ain't got one goddamn penny since he wrote this email.
No, nothing. So that was a lie.
Yeah.
Accordingly, Kast has continued to perform according to its side of the agreement. There's no agreement. Both parties are in continuous and unbroken performance under the terms and conditions stipulated in the contract and amended and agreed by email. Thereby, it is presumed to be in full force and effect. We expect Jim's continued performance under the contract, including responsibility and confidentiality, as well as continued advertising integration.
Yes, and even though our written contract, for reasons that we mentioned earlier, has been expired with this guy for several years now, we do have, as Stephen P. New at newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084, we have had an implied contract because both parties were continuing to operate under the terms that had been agreed upon until he breached his first.
Breached it multiple times. He's an idiot. Other podcasters who have balances of Kast as you do view this transaction as a tremendous opportunity and are very focused on helping us close in order to, 1, be paid the full value of their balance with Kast, 2, continue forward with the fantastic team and infrastructure of the combined entities of Kast and Podcast One. Once again, the only entity we cared about was their sales team. They're all gone. And 3, become partners pre-IPO.
Bingo!
In the largest combined independent force in podcasting, with tremendous upside, and this is my favorite part, and the opportunity to double up the revenue of the podcast by driving potential stock value appreciation over time with ownership in the network at which the podcast is hosted and monetized. Fuck you. That is the most incredible bullshit sales pitch I've ever heard. Become partners pre-IPO. So before the stock is public, we'll have a piece of it and be part of the largest independent force in podcasting. We already are the largest independent force in podcasting. Tremendous upside and the ability to double up the revenue by driving stock value appreciation over time with the ownership in the net. What the fuck?
Oh, but I like the next paragraph. It must be clearly understood that any attempt to interfere with this transaction, either directly or indirectly, would cause significant damage to Podcast One, Kast, and a number of other parties who are relying on the successful conclusion of this transaction to ensure their rightful payments. Again, everybody's begging and pleading us to do this so they can get some of the money that we owe them. And he says the ensuing damages, if you were to cause this deal to unravel, could be substantial, potentially falling within the region of $10 million to $20 million.
So where's my money?
Would impact a broad spectrum of parties. Well, there's much less than that we need. So we were wondering, well, if it's that big of a deal, why don't you just give us our money to just go away and shut up? But anyway, he says, consider this as a serious caution. Any attempt to disrupt or compromise this transaction would lead to decisive legal actions. We strongly urge you to bear in mind the significant repercussions that your actions may bring about. And you just know that I love a challenge. Anyway, he highly recommended that we get on a call with Podcast One and get to know them. No. They're fantastic operators.
After all of that, again, I'm here to help. I only want good things as we move forward. I highly recommend you get on a call with Podcast One, fantastic operators, and they will ensure the impressive trajectory of increasing advertising revenue over time that Kast has been responsible for on your show continues on the future shows, which they did by firing the entire sales team. Although Mike Jensen, I think, resigned on his own, but they fired everyone else.
But now he also, at the same point, he copied on this email Kast's retained bankruptcy counsel and the CEO of Live One, a guy named Robert Ellen. And one would think that he wouldn't, if he's talking to somebody who's basically told them, look, if you don't pay us our money that you owe us, we're going to raise enough of a stink, it'll screw your goddamn scam up you're plotting here. One would think that he wouldn't copy on the email the fucking head of the company that he's trying to get bought by, unless this guy's in on it too.
So my response to this, and now I'm pissed off. So I wrote, no. We will not be working with Podcast One or any of their subsidiaries. Again, you need Podcast One. We don't. We have no interest in their garbage stock, and there is nothing they have to offer us. As it seems you keep missing this point, I will put it in bold. We will not be working with Podcast One or any of their subsidiaries.
It is very dark and bold.
A reminder, despite your ridiculous statements in the previous email, we are long out of contract and free to do as we wish with our programs. Even if we were under contract, Kast would have been in violation numerous times. All advertising has been halted, and we are alerting all advertisers as to what you are up to. We are not bound to any confidentiality agreement, which you already know. Our relationship with Kast is over. We are free agents. We are not concerned with what other Kast podcasts are doing, although after we start reaching out to them, maybe they will see things differently. I genuinely feel awful for those shows and any Kast staff that will be told they have to take worthless stock for payment. You can stick the legal threats up your vagina. You have attempted to swindle us, and we will let everyone know. You had us continue to advertise as sponsors for months, even though you had no intention of paying us what we are owed. You are a crook, plain and simple. Consider this as a serious caution. We're going to make sure to endlessly let all the listeners know, with great detail, that Colin Thomson of Podcast One stole our money because he doesn't know how to run a business. Also note, my team is working tonight on the artwork for the new Does Colin Thomson Owe You Money podcast. which I've scheduled for a mid-June launch.
We've been asked to hold back, but goddamn, I'm the first guest.
We've been asked to hold back while this pending litigation situation is happening here. With the strength of our audience and how upset everyone will be about someone trying to rip us off, I'm confident we will get it to the top of the charts in a couple of genres. Once again, you have until May 31st to produce a full accounting and provide payment for the outstanding balance. I'm copying Jim Cornette and Stephen Pinu, our counsel, on this email. I'll also be speaking with my friends at the SEC about all this.
What did the Southeastern Conference have to say?
Well, as soon as I brought up the Security and Exchange Commission, that's when they really got scared, and that's when this Rob Ellen goof thought he was going to somehow circle around me and go to you directly. And he won you over, didn't he? He convinced you that we should go to Podcast One.
Well, here's what he said. Somehow out of the blue again, and also he copied somebody named Sasha Obloviatsky. That's got a bloviator? That's got to be some kind of made up shit. But anyway, he says, Jim, I opened the email because I don't know who this is from. Jim, we do not own Kast Media and have never met or done any business with your team. Then I found out it's Robert Ellen, who is the CEO of Live One. He said, truly, and by the way, I'm going to read this the way it's written. Truly shocked by these crazy messages from your team about Podcast One. The SEC does not take kindly to these kinds of threats. I'm a huge WWE fan and partner with them for 40 years and really enjoy your podcast. You've been a fan of mine for many years. Live One is 100 mil plus public company and have no zero dog in this fight today. We have only signed an non-binding LOI to acquire certain assets of Kast Media. No guarantee any deal goes forward. I'm available anytime if you want to speak directly. Without, I would highly recommend your team does not bring Live One's Podcast One into this fight. Thank you, Rob Ellen, CEO, Live One, parentheses, LVO. His cell number is 1310 20. I guess Jace will have to take that out.
Or leave it in. We'll see. See what Steven says.
So, I'm like Stephen P. New. Well, I got his motto.
Hold on. Do you know what can I reveal what you sent to me after this guy contacted you?
Well, no, wait a minute. Hold on. That's after I sent him. I got to read my email to him and then his response to me. And then.
No, it was before that. It was before that.
No, it wasn't. I'm looking at it right here on the paper I got.
Hold on.
I'm fucking this dog. You just hold its head. Because I figure, okay, as I said, I got Stephen P. New motto. I will give any man one chance to do the right thing, and then I will fuck him up. So I wrote to this guy, hi, Rob, you are correct. You nor your company have never met or done business with Brian Last and myself, and we're not even the ones who included you in any email exchanges. That was Colin Thomson at Kast Media, who owes us a six-figure sum. And he's been tossing your company's name around for weeks as an entity that would help us get paid. So we'll take you out of the emails if you like, but I thought you might want to know how Colin has been representing you. And then I gave him the history in one paragraph. They've been acting as our agency selling advertising. Blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, we ain't getting our money. And it was change of accountants, and it was problems with the industry. We asked for accounting. Blah, blah, blah. And then I said he's repeatedly tried to push us to signing with your company, who we have yet to have any contact with, as the way to get our money. And he's offered to pay us part of it, part over 2 years, and part of some kind of stock that we don't want. We're not going to be strong-armed into signing any kind of contract for a 2-year term to get money that we're owed now for services we've already performed. Nor is Colin doing your company any favors being grouped with him if he's dealing with any other individuals he owes money to in this manner. So in my opinion, Colin's messages are the crazy ones, and Brian's are reasonable reactions. All we want is paid, and we'll be done and on our way. So I offered him, I said, if you want specific details or more information about this, you can contact Brian Last or our attorney, Stephen P. New. And I highly recommend you encourage Colin to just get right with us so we can go away and everybody can continue with their lives because I'm 62 years old, pissed off, and don't care what I say about anybody in public. So if you don't want to be brought in a fight, let's not have one. Oh, and P.S., I personally don't know anybody at the SEC, so if you do and they don't take kindly to these kind of threats, tell them Jim Cornette doesn't give a shit. But I'm glad you enjoy our podcast. That's what I told Rob. And what Rob...
You responded to me already, because the second one is here. The first one was, before you responded to him, you said it to me, you said, so who is this fucking guy?
Oh, okay. All right.
With this in caps. Who is this fucking guy?
And he responds to the email that I just sent him. Happy to try and help. I ask Colin to provide STMTS, as in statements, I guess. Assuming you decide worth call with Podcast One team, Kit, Eli, Sue, all Wiling with one L to join call. Fax, THX, Rob. And I wrote to you, forwarding that email, is this fucking guy on drugs?
That was the second email.
that's so, yeah. So, anyway, obviously, then the next, I think the next contact was from Steven.
Well, no, you heard from Rob one more time.
Did I?
Spoke to Colin, asked for full accounting. My gut tell me worth you meeting Podcast One team. Without Colin, will be in bankruptcy.
Yeah, and I'm playing the world's smallest violin right now for poor Colin. It's bankrupted himself.
Again, every single thing since we started saying we're not going to deal with Podcast One, from Colin Thomson of Kast Media, as well as the CEO allegedly of Podcast One or their parent company, whatever it may be, Live One, everything's a push. You have to do this. You have to talk to our team. There will be no money unless you do this. The deal will unravel unless you do this. Get the fuck all of you.
Remember what I said to you? I said $10 to $20 million. If we can cost them that much, they ought to just give us our fucking paltry mid-six figures and we'll go away.
So yeah, then we got Steven involved and he's now dealing with their attorney.
And then as soon as he contacts their attorney and has the first call, which weasel or alleged weasel was it that then contacted you to try to go around Steven?
Oh yeah, after Steven had the call with them, the attorney, let me get this guy's name. Hold on.
Yeah, make sure we know his name for the State Bar Association, because what happened was once that this attorney had been contacted by our counsel and informed that we were pursuing the issue legally and that he was the representation, it's not according to Hoyle for that attorney to then contact the opposition client directly. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, so then I get an email from this guy. His name is Neil Sackler from Sackler Entertainment Law PC. You guys know what entertainment law means. He knows how to read a contract and maybe negotiate. That's it. Dear Brian, I am outside counsel for Kast Media and am writing you concerning the settlement of financial obligations in connection with, in quotes, Jim Cornette.
Like canned peas. I'm a product now.
Kast has entered into a letter of intent for the purchase of its assets by Live One. A key condition to closing of the transaction is the settlement of your balance. In the event that Kast is unable to close the Live One asset sale, it will likely declare bankruptcy under Section 7 or Subchapter 5 of Section 11 of the Bankruptcy Code. Kast anticipates presenting a settlement offer within the next 1 to 2 weeks. I'll provide you with the necessary details as soon as they become available. Thank you for understanding and cooperation. Sincerely, Neil Sackler, which I immediately forwarded to you and Steven. Who the fuck is this guy trying to go around everyone?
And again, Brian, have you seen the information? That was June
14th.
June 14th. Yeah, because Steven then, and I got to read this one, because Steven wrote back to Mr. Sacker there. Sacker, not Sackler. You're thinking of the...
Oh, it is Sacker. Neil Sacker.
You're thinking of the other criminal elements, the Sacklers. But anyway, this Neil Sacker character that wrote to you after being introduced to Stephen P. New. Stephen P. New wrote back to him, Neil, we spoke last week about Kast Media. As you are aware, Jim Cornette and Arcadian Vanguard are represented by counsel. It is unethical, even in California, to contact parties whom you know to be represented by counsel. Please do not do so again. Please direct all correspondence concerning this matter to my attention, and I will afford you the same courtesy. Thank you. And
no
so
offer. Again, we're going to get an offer within 2 weeks. It's now over a month, no offer. From what, I'll just say this, I will not be surprised if this Neil Sackler outside counsel, not the bankruptcy attorney that was attached to the earlier email, I will be surprised if this guy's not mixed up in this. Mixed up in terms of helping Colin. Who knows?
Do whatever he's trying to pull.
Hey, listen. Millions of dollars, he said, from investors have been lost. How did he find these investors? I mean, there's a lot of questions we're going to be asking. There's a lot of things that are going to become apparent in discovery. The relationship and the conversations between Rob Ellen and Colin Thomson, whether or not paying us was a strategy to try to leverage us into a deal, which fell apart. I mean, I got to be honest with you. The money they owe us, it's a good amount of money. This story to me is more than worth it. I love the fact that I got to tell this guy in front of his new bosses to stick his legal threats up his vagina. That makes it all worth it to me.
Because here's the thing, and we mentioned this, but there is obviously legitimacy to it. There's a lot of people that this guy has screwed around that may have either taken their show off the air or they're beholden to these people because they had contracts. They have to deal with people they don't want to deal with. They can't get their money. They can't get paid. We are pretty convinced and assured that there are people that he owes more money to than us. And that's a consider. And when you add all of this up, he's fucked a bunch of people around. Not only that, but as we mentioned, his own employees that were blindsided by this in a lot of cases and were either immediately let go. They can't find the guy now. Like I said, we've hired a couple of them. But they can't find the guy now. He's not responding to anybody. He's hiding out. So if this deal is still a deal or a thing, he's not doing himself any favors. And we're going to make sure that we are here to, on behalf of all those shows that either don't have the platform or the people that were unfortunately contractually beholden to this clown somehow are going to be strong-armed into this fake stock scam, this Ponzi scheme, whatever's going on here. We're going to let people know, don't trust Colin Thomson of Kast Media and apparently the rest of these weasels that are trying to pull something over on everybody and in conjunction with him. And we don't need podcast one. We got one podcast right over here, the big one. And by the way, this week, now that we were back on full coverage, according to the Apple charts, are we the Beatles? Isn't that fitting that it's the Apple charts and we're the Beatles because we had 5 of the top 7 shows?
That's right. For episodes, when they actually count the episodes and how many downloads they get, even though we had a bunch of old shows that we put up, 5 of the top 7. And of course, once the shows went back on the feed, we took 1 and 2 back the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah. And Colin Thomson couldn't make enough money to stay afloat and keep his fucking yap above water off a show like that.
See, it's a bigger problem if we could talk about it real quick. You have a bunch of people that try to take advantage of a situation and come up with a business plan, and it falls apart. Podcasting's a big deal. Everyone has one. Everyone does it. Every now and then they have the stat of how many podcasts there are every week, and it's astounding when you really look at it because there's no audience for a good amount of them, but people do it. The idea of building a business around it, it has to be scaled. It has to make sense. But there are too many people whose business strategy is try to make as much as we can and then pump it into building us up and making it look like more is happening than it is.
Everybody wants to go Hollywood.
Again, fake it till you make it is the story of Colin Thomson. And I believe in a perfect world, his end game was to be able to sell Kast Media and its intellectual property and its assets and whatever contracts they had to a Podcast One or any third party and get a big cash payout for him, set him up with a job, and hopefully other people would get money too. but it's about him. Didn't work out that way because Colin Thomson doesn't know how to run a business. Colin Thomson doesn't know how to run a podcasting business, and Colin Thomson is thoroughly uncreative. So now Colin Thomson sets up this deal where he's got no more money. He's misappropriated shows money into other, who knows what. I mean, we presume it was put into other productions. Maybe he needed special narrators or special music or who knows what. If you need all that stuff, you're not doing it right. Or maybe it went somewhere else. We will find out. We will follow the money. We will fucking drag every accountant he's ever had in to do a deposition. So we will find out. But Colin's plan didn't work because he couldn't run a business. So instead, the best he could do, and we'll find out how long he was talking to Rob Ellen at Podcast One or Live One, the best he could do was a deal with Live One where they're going to get certain assets of Kast Media for pure stock, no cash. And then they're going to try to spin that off into a new stock. I believe this company, Live One, has previously spun off other parts of its company into maybe the live event company or something else.
They're pre-spun?
There's a lot of spinning. There's a lot of spinning. You don't always want hedge fund people running your business, especially when they have a certain mindset. And Podcast One has a horrible reputation industry-wide. Google them. Just Google Podcast One lawsuit or Rob Ellen deposition. All of these things, they're getting sued by various people. They have a reputation for not paying. Wrestling people were hip to this many years ago, in like 2016, 17. Remember, they got busted. There were certain shows that did it. Some wrestling fans know who were out there doing fake numbers. But there was a network. Podcast One got in trouble for faking numbers several years back, I believe. I'll double check. If it's wrong, it won't be in this. So we're not interested in doing business with them. And the deal he structures is one that helps him. He was going to get set up and come out on the other side with a job with Podcast One. And his team was going to be completely cut as they were. And the shows that he owed money to, he wouldn't owe them money anymore. Live One would owe them money, and it would be contingent upon this bullshit deal.
And they would come in with a suitcase full of worthless paper like they used to do in a Banana Republic and say, here, it is your payment.
Yeah, no, fuck Podcast One, fuck Live One, fuck Colin Thomson, fuck anyone who conspired with him or helped him on any of this. This fucking weasel, this effeminate flake, owes us a lot of money. And he owes other people a lot of money. And I understand sociopaths can just let shit go right off their shoulders and not care. But this is going to follow him.
But there's always somebody that can remind them once they've forgotten. He can be daily reminded.
That's right. He can be reminded. His wife's parents could be reminded. There's lots of people that are going to be reminded regularly about Colin, the effeminate flake, screwing us out of our money.
But you know, the one mistake he made, you mentioned it and glossed over it a little while ago, the intellectual property. The problem was he wasn't intelligent enough to have any valuable property, except us, and he fucked that up.
Yeah. Well, again, there's a lot of people in podcasting trying to take advantage of a situation, not trying to do something with a view for the long term, and not really caring about quality, just caring to pump shit up. We've always been an outlier. We've always done our own thing. Luckily, I'm happy to say we now have a brand new sales team. That's a lot of our old sales team.
And all the sponsors, honestly, we want to thank them and their understanding while we had to extricate them out of being involved because none of them want to continue to be involved in this with this guy, but they wanted to come directly to us. And we said, hold on for a couple of weeks till we get this sales team in place so that everything's seamless. We got the feeds, etc. But everybody, all the sponsors contacted us and said, we're sorry about this issue and we want to continue.
And then for this Rob Ellen guy to jump into this, I understand you guys are all scared because the stock is the end game here. Spinning Podcast One or the podcast business into a brand new stock, that's the fucking end game here. But if you built that idea on the idea we were going to be there, you were a fucking idiot.
I don't understand why if the deal's worth all these millions of dollars, they couldn't have just given us our money to go away because you just
Because there's no cash. Podcast One, it's a stock deal. They're not even buying it for any cash.
I'd cash in an IRA or something if I were them. If I was going to scam somebody else out of millions of dollars and there's only one stumbling block, these loudmouths that want their fucking money, don't like to get fucked around.
And if you are a show, an employee, a former employee, accountant, anyone with anything to say or you have information, get in touch. CornyDriveThru@gmail.com or Brian@ArcadianVanguard.com. Let us hear what you have to say.
We'll be more than happy to do the airing of the grievances early this year before Festivus.
That's right. There'll be a lot of airing of the grievances about Colin Thomson of Kast Media going forward.
And that name again was ColinThomson, the bankrupt, reviled, and in hiding head of Kast, Kast Media.
He called me a few months back. Hadn't heard from him in forever. You know, and I'm dealing with his sales team, and his sales team are good people, and I'm dealing with the accounting department, and the accounting department's always a mess. But again, you don't know if it's the people or because that department only reports directly to Colin, if it's Colin telling them to fuck around because he's fucking around with the money. I hadn't heard from him in forever. Calls me up. He's like, hey, it's Colin. I'm like, hey, Colin, what's going on? Oh, everything's good. I just had a baby. I'm like, oh, okay. That's
I hope he doesn't have stretch marks.
It's lots of fun. Me and my wife, we have a baby now. I'm like, okay. Are you staying up at night? And then it was like a weird pause, like, yeah. Like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? He's like a robot. There's like no human interaction or ability. And this guy's an idiot. And again, he's a sociopath. He's screwed a lot of people. And this is going to come back to bite him in his ass. He may like that. I don't know. But this will do something painful to his ass. I'll say that. Jim, AEW Collision was reviewed on The Experience this week because of the timing of when we record. We didn't get a chance to talk about the ratings. We have them here now.
Well, in that case, crazy Guggenheim, go ahead and let's hear what these, if only the viewers, the listeners would understand that one. And for reference, on July, the debut of Collision obviously was, I think, as I recall from memory, 800,000. And then it got down to the low 4th of July weekend, the Saturday night, I think it was July the 1st. It was like just under 500,000. And then we predicted that would probably be the low, the debut would be the high, and they would settle somewhere in the middle. And we also remarked over the last couple that we have analyzed that they keep their audience, if not improve on it in some cases, whereas the Wednesday night show is the Titanic Battle Royal where everybody's jumping off ship at the same time. So it'll be interesting to see, did that hold up again when the first hour of this program was the best wrestling match of any kind that's been on television in we don't know how long and maybe ever. And I can't imagine anybody tuned out of it. So where'd we go this week? This was for what, Saturday night?
July 15th. July 15th, that's right. On TNT, AEW Collision was watched by 579,000 viewers.
And that is remarkably comparable to last week, if I remember correctly.
Last week was 580.
Okay, so the same people. Just as, they said, fuck, that was so good, we got to see it again.
And if the question is if Collision's a good lead-in for other wrestling shows, just for the record here, Battle of the Belts after it, 580,000 viewers.
Is that the best they've done since the start, when people figured out it was just going to be a non-promoted job belt show?
Well, I have the previous ones here. This was supplied by WrestleNomics. Battle of the Belts in order of the previous edition: 704, 527, 437, 317, 409, 415, 524.
And this one was
524.
This one was this was the 524. So the best was the debut. The second best was the second show, and that was only 3,000 viewers more than this one. It beat all the others. So that's a pretty good fucking lead in. All right, but anyway, what did Collision do quarter by quarter?
Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The opening backstage promos. as well as FTR versus Bullet Club Gold with picture-in-picture, 544,000 viewers.
Okay, and this is going to be interesting because already you can tell to do their average, this thing's going to increase.
Once again, these numbers were pulled by WrestleNomics.
And Thurston Howell III does a great job.
Quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. Continuation of FTR versus Bullet Club Gold with an ad break, 546,000 viewers.
Picked up 2,000. One would suppose that nobody left and a couple trickled in, but they didn't realize, they weren't calling everybody yet because it hadn't started being a classic.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Once again, a continuation of FTR versus Bullet Club Gold, 583,000 viewers.
And during that second quarter hour, they got on the telephone and called somebody. And now they've just picked up another 37,000.
The one thing I don't remember off the top of my head, this match had not officially limited commercial breaks strategically placed in better ways than usual. So I wonder if that played any part of this. Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. Once again, FTR versus Bullet Club Gold with picture-in-picture and an ad break, 545,000 viewers.
Okay, now that surprises me because I wouldn't imagine anybody would tune out on this match. Was that shit?
Well, again, what did I just say? An ad break and picture-in-picture in the same quarter.
I think I don't have my notes. I was going to say the quarter 3 then was the one where they went about a 15-minute segment, and then they had the picture-in-picture and the ad break in the second. That's apparently the crux of this, but go ahead.
Quarter 5, the 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. FTR versus Bullet Club Gold continued, an ad break, and the beginning of Ruby Soho versus Willow Nightingale, 591,000 viewers.
There you go. And they were there for the finish of that match. That's the highest quarter. So the top of the 9 o'clock hour, midpoint in the show, is the highest quarter so far. I don't know that there's been another AEW television program to do that. Do you?
It's, I don't want to say off the top of my head. Yes, actually, Dynamite this week.
Unless it was one of these collisions.
Dynamite this week with MJF and Cole teaming up. Popped up at 9 o'clock, I think.
That's true.
It's
odd.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. Ruby Soho versus Willow Nightingale continued. The post-match, the Powerhouse Hobbs QT Marshall backstage angle and an ad break, 571,000 viewers.
Boy, you got to break a few eggs to make some lemonade, and we've talked about that you got to have some matches on just to get some guys some wins or girls some wins or whatever, but they only lost 20,000 on that kind of unappealing segment on paper.
Segment 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Artemis Spencer and Randy Myers versus Brody King and Malachi Black. The post-match with Andrade El Idolo and the start of CM Punk versus Ricky Starks with picture-in-picture, 618,000 viewers.
Okay. Do we attribute that to the House of Black versus Frickin' Frack, or do we attribute that to people tuning in to see the main event with CM Punk?
I didn't get their names. I didn't know it was Randy Myers. That was a great left-handed pitcher for the Mets. They never should have traded for John Franco.
I thought it was Randy Meisner, the unheralded member of the Eagles.
He's heralded.
All right, I guess he's been heralded a time or two, but Harold was not as famous as he is now.
Well, what will the Herald Tribune say of this? The final quarter, 9:45 to 10 p.m. CM Punk versus Ricky Starks continued with picture-in-picture, and I hit my chair, with picture-in-picture, 633,000 viewers.
Okay, so completely throwing every pattern of an AEW television show completely on its ear, this show from start to finish gained 99,000 viewers and peaked at the end instead of the beginning, and on a Saturday night.
And just because it continued into it, I know you didn't see it because your DVR shut off. Let me give you the Battle of the Belt quarter-hour breakdowns.
Okay.
10 to 10:15 p.m., the Ricky Starks CM Punk post-match with Jushin Thunder Liger, and the start of Orange Cassidy versus Lance Archer with picture-in-picture, 600,000 viewers. Segment 2, 10:15 to 10:30 p.m., continuation of Cassidy versus Archer with the post-match, an Acclaimed and Billy Gunn live promo, an ad break, and Toni Storm versus Taya Valkyrie, 544,000 viewers.
Okay.
Segment 3, 10:30, 10:45 p.m., Toni Storm versus Taya Valkyrie with picture-in-picture, a satellite interruption, an ad break, and the Owen Hart Foundation ramp angle, I don't even know what that is, 500,000 viewers. And finally, 10:45 to 11 p.m., quarter 4, including, as a 3-minute overrun I'll mention, an ad break followed by Luchasaurus versus Shawn Spears with picture-in-picture, 447,000 viewers, and the 3-minute overrun, 11 to 11:03 p.m., 475,000 viewers.
Well, and they had a satellite interruption, which we're going to talk about in a second. So you can't, I mean, it wasn't an attractive program to begin with on paper, and I'm not surprised they lost 150,000 people from start to finish of it, but they did have the satellite interruption. They were already down 100,000 or almost in that quarter when it happened. So, you know, I'm sure it didn't help them any. But the bigger thing is with Collision, again, if you're going to watch that program, predominantly we're seeing the people start watching it and either stick with it or more come along, especially in this instance when they heard that a lot of good shit was happening. And the Wednesday night program is completely the opposite, where they start with the big number and then run them off. And I think it boils down to what we've been saying. On Saturday night, they don't do everything at 100 miles an hour you could ever fucking see, where nothing registers but everything happens. And people finally, after a while, are like, oh fuck, I'm tired of that. You know, where you're involved in watching something that is making sense from start to finish chronologically on a fucking program. That may be, I think, the biggest difference is the people that are watching the Saturday night show want to watch a good wrestling show, and the people that are watching Wednesday nights want to see a bunch of people dive off shit, but that gets old after a while. Is there another way to look at this?
You know, it's like that Arn Anderson analogy with Sid Vicious that you gave. You just gave it the other day with FTR. They may not pop the giant number, but the people that tune in are going to stay there for the entirety of the match. And that's what you saw here. And we've been doing these numbers now for a month. Other than, like, you know, around the Toronto show or whatever, it's pretty steady. The people come in, they want to see the show, they stay there to the end. It moves up at the end if there's a big main event. And this is only what, week 4, week 5?
Yeah. And I think they're building something. When the people consistently get a good show, or at least the majority of the show is good on Saturday night, they're going to want to come back. Remember, I said I'm happy with watching this thing as it happens these days. I don't do that with any other wrestling show because I know there's going to be a bunch of shit that you just can't sit through. But Saturday nights have been different. So I think that will help them hopefully slowly pick up a few numbers here and there, even if Saturday night is the handicap night versus Wednesday for a television program. If it's good enough, hopefully people will change their habits. It worked for Saturday night 6:05 on TBS for many years, so I don't see if they want to see it, they can make plans to.
Well, Jim, on the topic of Collision and Battle of the Belts, a story that a lot of people have been sending in and talking about, they want to know your take on it. Apparently, Dave Meltzer on Wrestling Observer Radio, I have an article here from TJR Wrestling by John Canton. Dave Meltzer advised Tony Khan during AEW Battle of the Belts. Here's the quote here. Dave was talking about how, I guess, this is during the satellite issue, they missed the finish of the Taya Valkyrie Toni Storm match. I actually I don't know what they knew. I kind of presume they knew everything. Brian Alvarez.
If he presumes they knew everything, why did he feel the need to tell them?
Brian Alvarez questions how much AEW management and the announce team knew about the feed going down. Dave says, I don't know if they knew when it went out, is what I'm saying. They may have. I just know that I sent the message to Tony Khan, and I go, you got to tell, because when they came back and they didn't tell people the finish, I think they thought people knew the finish. They came back and were doing the next thing, and I said, you've got to tell people who won that match because we don't know. And if you get a chance, you should put the finish on, which they did end up putting the finish on right at the end of the show. So, quote aside, talk about your thoughts about that, but the concept of Dave or an outside party contacting the head of the company or the booker for advice in the middle of this, a journalist, I guess, doing it is the bigger issue.
You know, he's like one of these people that whenever somebody dies, they've got to be the first one to fucking tell everybody else the news. Hey, did you hear so-and-so's dead? Uncle Bean's dead. Look, I've been in that situation. Remember Beware of Dog in South Carolina, the WWF pay-per-view in 96?
Yeah.
We were in Florence, South Carolina at the beautiful Florence Civic Center. And there were severe thunderstorms like there are here bubbling up behind me if you hear that thunder. And the weather outside was frightful. And Florence, South Carolina, the Civic Center was a big, beautiful building, but you're not in the middle of goddamn Manhattan, right? So the infrastructure around Florence and the fucking thunderstorm zapped something and all the power in the building went out besides the auxiliary generator emergency lights while the show was going on, live pay-per-view. And this was at the time even an In Your House had as many people or more watching it as all of Tony's big productions these days. So you know immediately, and especially if it's a live television broadcast, you know immediately even if you have lost power in the truck to the point where the IFB communication, whatever, there's somebody there. I don't know what their structure is, but somebody there has a direct line or an open line to the fucking network transmission facility. Kevin Dunn always used to be able to have somebody hand him the phone and he's got the guy from USA Network or whatever right there on a live program. See what I'm saying? So it was bad weather in Calgary. There was some thunderstorms or whatever. They lost the feed. And that could be a number of things. They could have lost it at the origination, could have lost it in transmission, the satellite, whatever the case. But if TBS or TNT, which one are they on now? TNT. If they lost the goddamn thing, they would immediately be telling on their dedicated line or Tony's cell phone or something, hey, we can't get the feed, or we're getting the feed, but our feed ain't going out, or whatever the problem is.
They don't wait for Dave Meltzer to call them?
They do not wait for Dave Meltzer to bring it up. So what I'm saying is it's a chaotic situation. It's panic. It's like, oh, shit, we're on live television, but nobody's seeing it. And there's shit going on in the ring. You can't just, tell the fucking wrestlers, hey, stop wrestling. But, I mean, in this case, I haven't heard that the lights and the power in the building and everything went out. It was just the feed. The show continued as normal. When we were doing that, remember who was in the ring when the shit went out? Was it Savio and Austin in the strap match?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
If it wasn't that match where it went out, then because we couldn't get it back and we had to send more matches out to keep the people from rioting. They're sitting there in goddamn emergency lighting and there's no ring lights and they know they're not on TV, but we're trying to keep them from all leaving because we're being told from various official points of view that we can get it back, right? So they had a couple of the matches with just the emergency lights and impromptu on the fly. And then finally, as everybody knows, I think they got it back for the substandard match with Davey and Sean, and he was pissed off, and everybody else was pissed off, so they redid the thing the following Tuesday instead of the replay and showed people all the matches that they redid the matches over again that they were supposed to see. But anyway, in this case, this was a several-minute interruption in service. And the point that I'm about to make is that, yes, it would have been a lovely thing if when they knew that they were back up and they were able to communicate that with the announcers at ringside from the truck that we're back on the air, we're feeding the world, that they said, oh, and by the way, Tony Storm won. But it's fucking chaos, and they just got back, and they're trying to make sure they get the rest of their matches in, and maybe they just overlooked it. But, so I'm not saying that was bad in concept for him to say that, but for Dave Meltzer to think that he's not only the one that needs to be texting Tony Khan from he's in California, and Tony Khan's on the fucking scene in Calgary, and they're in the middle of a live television production. But the most important thing on Dave's mind was to tell the fucking fans who won the girls' match, shut the fuck up and let the people on the scene handle it. For God's sake, just shut the fuck up. There's other things going on that was probably more stressful at the time than who won the girls' match. And they were probably planning on showing the fucking footage later on anyway, since they did. I don't believe they needed to be, brought up to date on goddamn a live television production that they're in the middle of while Dave's watching it at home. And that was, again, not the uppermost thing in their mind, is to make sure everybody knew who won Tony's match. It was to get back on the fucking air. So just shut the fuck up.
Well, there it is. Dave Meltzer advising Tony Khan, admitting it. And Khan, do you think he ever emails or texts Vince McMahon in the middle of a show with his advice?
Oh my God. That would have been fucking great. That would have been fucking great. We probably would have heard about it. We would have heard Vince yelling into his fucking phone from wherever we were. No, of course he doesn't. And I mean, would he be saying there that, well, if, when mistakes happen in the WWF or WWE, I know they've got it because they've got a whole professional crew. But God, Tony, he's out there with a bunch of fucking guys that run the Ferris wheel at the county fair. I better tell him what he needs to do on this live program now that they've had technical difficulties. He's never going to figure this out by himself. Is that what he's saying? Or is he saying that the most important thing is not that they got back on the air to finish the show, but that everybody knows who won the girls' match? Either one, shut the fuck up.
But again, he got in touch with Tony. I guess that's the question. It's not even about would he contact Vince. Would he feel the need to? Why did he feel the need that if I don't get to Tony, they won't say the result of this match?
Nobody's going to come up with this. Nobody's going to think about this. It's up to me. Because he knows the office structure there in AEW, and he's probably right. Maybe they did overlook it until he brought it up. Who gives a shit?
Well, Jim, staying on the topic of people and things that people are sending in questions about.
Staying on the topic of a group of people and a woman?
Well, on that topic, a lot of people have wondered what your thoughts are. Matt Hardy has continued after he got a thorough beating on Twitter, which resulted in a pretty unanimous people. I heard people say, I hate Jim Cornette and Brian Last. They're right.
But there was always the but.
But he's still at it. Apparently, he's now on a tour, talking about this. I'm not sure. Apparently, he's been in various places. I saw the other day on Twitter, because people sent it to me, he tried to get attention for it again. Almost every single comment was telling him how ridiculous and pathetic he is. But do you have any comments? Do we do any more about this?
Well, again, and just in case the people have missed it with our interrupted schedule, apropos of nothing and out of nowhere, Matt Hardy got on Twitter and tried to elicit compliments and flowers for his friends, the Buckaroos and the Elites and the Omegas, and called our fans, Brian, the Cult of Cornette, called them toxic. Poisonous, even. And so I retweeted him and fucking said what I had to say, and then I went to bed, and then as we talked about, he wouldn't stop, and you decided to see how deranged he would get by just every time he'd say something, you'd write him back. And then he'd go out of his mind, you'd write him back, and he'd go out, and finally he ended up calling you a toxic bitch-ass asshole which has been appropriated many different places. It's going to become a new meme.
Well, for me, it was like batting practice, but he couldn't get enough.
He was having a fucking meltdown, and this is late at night, after midnight, overnight. You're sitting there editing, and he's sitting there soliciting flowers for his friends. But point being, he's got a podcast like everybody else in the world, and now he decided to say more about the situation, and he's just so wounded because he felt like I said we can't be friends anymore. I don't want to be his friend anymore. I never said I didn't want to be his friend anymore. Because he's doing some shitty wrestling, and they've damaged his brain, and I'm sorry that all those things are happening. But to point, and he mentioned, all this over just some dumb wrestling, which is the problem also. But basically, he's got a podcast now, and he wants to joust. And Brian, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. And those 2 questions, the answers of those will determine whether we need to talk any more about Matt Hardy or not, or what he's up to, or whether he's really suitably fucking offended by what's been going on. Brian, how many YouTube video views did he get of the recent video that he put up talking about us?
Hold on, let me check. Usually these are big things for different shows to try to talk about you and get attention. 13,000 views as of this moment.
How many views?
And by the way, and the name of the video, I just want to say this. Matt Hardy shoots on Jim Cornette. If you are a YouTube content creator in wrestling and you still use shoots on in any way, you are a fucking idiot who doesn't understand how YouTube works. Continue to fail, but go ahead.
How many video download views or whatever, how many downloads, how many views did the YouTube clip that we put up talking about his issues do?
As of this moment, Jim Cornette on Matt Hardy's Twitter meltdown, 163,000 views.
163,000 on one and 13,000 on the other. That's why we don't want to do Matt the favor of talking about him anymore, because we're just feeding the puppies at this point. That's what they want. Because everybody who does 772 video views on everything they do on YouTube, but talks about me, bumps it up to 11,412.
Hey, did you see who SI did their big puff piece on this week?
I have no idea.
Matt Hardy.
Oh, come on.
You think it's an ad?
Is that? We just released that show.
Here's the headline. Justin Barrasso, SI.com. Matt Hardy relishes the opportunity to mentor wrestling's next generation. Though he isn't a headlining performer anymore, Hardy has eagerly embraced his new role, lifting up those who will carry the industry forward. That's what this is. He's on a tour promoting himself as some sort of wrestler helping the youth. Where are the youth in wrestling that have been helped by Matt Hardy?
Yeah, which of those youths has really been helped by Matt Hardy?
Let me see.
Which of those youths are helping Matt instead? Stay relevant, as the kids say.
I'm scrolling through this article. I want to see if they actually mention any young talent that he's actually helped.
Names.
He remembers wrestling backstage with the Gun Kids when they were kids. Oh, here we go. Hardy has played an integral role in the ongoing storyline that has given far more of a spotlight to Ethan Page and Isaiah Cassidy.
Oh my God.
His goal is to continue pushing until those two become cornerstones of AEW.
Wait a minute. They just gave Ethan Page the biggest spot that he's ever had when he came out and completely broke away from everything they've done with him previously. He had no Matt Hardy with him. He was a babyface in his home country, and he was fucking opposite MJF. None of that had anything to do with Matt Hardy. He's been a goddamn... Ethan Page has been a complete non-entity until that point. And Isaiah Cassidy...
Someone just asked me the other day.
Didn't he used to be there?
Yeah, someone just asked me the other day, whatever happened to Private Party? And I was like, I think they're still there.
I believe their invitations got lost in the mail.
But there it is. And again, another puff piece from SI.
163 to 13, by the way, Matt. So pick your battles better, pal.
Sorry that all the fans on Twitter, as well as message boards, as well as the wrestlers in the locker room agreed with us. But suck on that and enjoy it. Jim, let's move on here with the show. We are indeed again in the future. What's what?
Trying to clear my ear out. Sounded like fucking space music. Sounded like fucking space music is what I was trying to take a breath in between there. Sounded like some fucking space music there.
This is what fucking sounds like to you?
Are we on the bridge of the Starship Enterprise? Actually, that sounds like me after I've had a lot of fucking hot chicken down in Nashville.
Right, on that note, I'll turn this off. Well, we are back here in the future, here on the Drive Thru 301, a new era here on the Drive Thru, of course. And we're going to discuss the latest episode of Dark Side of the Ring. This week featuring, is it about Abdullah the Butcher or is it about the incident with him and Hannibal? What is the actual topic of the show?
Swing and a miss. Sorry, boys, Evan, Jason. And I mean, hopefully, my expectations were to, as in a lot of these episodes, learn something that even I didn't know that I care about the subject of the episode or the incident or whatever in question. And there, I'm a chronological person, Brian. I like to start at the beginning of a story and kind of progress through it to the end. And this was all over the decades. And you got a basic superficial understanding of that Abdullah the Butcher was, yes, a big star in the business, and he was scary and violent and made people bleed and bled everywhere he went and was big in Japan. The most basic of details. And they had... the talking heads were, except for Tony Atlas. Tony worked with Abby a bunch, but he wasn't like intertwined in his life, but they had family members. They had Mick Foley, who rode with Abby for, years and years when they were, well, not years, but some time when they were in WCW and or Japan together or etc. And they had... they had access to all that cool footage, which to me at least saved it, because you see, stuff that the WWE has not beaten to death on their documentaries on these shows. But the fascinating childhood and his entrance into the wrestling business, was kind of glossed over. 8 kids living they had a picture of it, a fucking shack. The little brother was sleeping in the bathtub. That was pretty quickly gone by. And by the way, it's amazing to me that Abby has a family. Even somebody Abby was one of the guys that you didn't know that much about. And to see his brother speaking. And thankfully he, in a previous career, he played the mayor of Munchkinland, Brian. You remember in that famous movie from MGM.
Will you stop and leave him alone?
But see, that's why when you heard Abby talk, that's why you never heard Abdullah the Butcher speak, because his voice didn't match the look. That was the only thing about him that didn't add up. And so he was just mute and or gibberish and scared people with his face. Anyway, Abby hustling when he was a kid, selling candy to the kids in school. They had that in there, but fascinating childhood. And then he meets the Sheik and, great Sheik footage. But at the same time, then that's completely glossed over. And suddenly in 12 minutes into the show, we're in Puerto Rico in 1983. And then the footage from then on was jumping back and forth from eras and different places just as highlights, but there was no detail really given of his career or insight into why Abby was over. And Abdullah the Butcher, if you evaluated him as a worker based on working a pro wrestling match like everybody else, he was fucking rotten. But if you evaluated him based on working a gimmick to perfection, he was one of the best ever. And people who didn't live in this era of the 60s, 70s, and early mid 80s of, when Abby was on top. The fans who didn't, and now some of the people in the business, including very high up positions in the business, who didn't live this in the time, in the era, they see these highlights, and that's why they think that wrestling was always like this everywhere. And because they have no context, they weren't in real time, as they say, living from the 1 week to the next week 1 hour TV program, or seeing your monthly matches at the arena or your weekly matches. And Abby, like the Sheik, except in Detroit where the Sheik owned. And he loved Abby because they worked that style. They never stayed in a territory very long. You couldn't do that because it was like the Mighty Igor gimmick. There wasn't enough Mighty Igor to go around, so Ivan Putski came along. Or the Rock and Roll Express, and then there was the Rockers and the Fantastic. There was always in the territories with 25 or 30 different places to work in Puerto Rico and Japan. If a gimmick got over, there were a few guys that would adopt it. But those guys, the hardcore guys, the Sheik, Abby, Wild Bull Curry, Crazy, Moondogs, they either overlapped eras where they weren't all doing it at the same time, or they were never in the same territory at the same time. When they came in for a specific run and didn't stay long. Because if you did that all the time, you would kill the fucking territory. Brian, have I explained that a few guys were allowed to do it on a limited basis in a wide variety of places? That's why it worked. You couldn't do it all the time. That's what ended up dooming the Sheik, among a few other things.
Yeah, I guess that's the big difference. The Sheik stayed home. Abdullah the Butcher was in different places for limited periods of time.
And because when he came in, it was chaos, and it was violent, and it was bloody. It got over, and then he'd leave, but then you could tease it. He came in as special mystery opponents or special tag team partners or to collect a bounty. Or to an evil manager like Gary Hart would have him do the bidding, whatever. And it worked because he had a name and a reputation as being that. And then, boom, it would come in and it would go again. And it would draw. And he didn't work. Although I saw him in Georgia work a spot show, and Abby in a high school gym in front of 500 people with no blood and not really giving a shit didn't work. But in the big shows, that was the thing. They also gave no context on why the Sheik worked or why Abdullah the Butcher worked, the ultraviolet madman, foreign menace, non-speaking, whatever. It's because Carlos Colon in Puerto Rico was the island's hero. And they had an emotional connection with him. And they lived and died with his victories or his defeats. And when you bring a monster in to face your hero, you get worried about your hero. Abby was the monster, and people were legitimately scared of him. That's the point they made in the program. Fans and some of the boys alike, when he would get going, and my God, just that meat cleaver elbow with 400 pounds coming down on you, and he was very firm with it. But that was part of the aura. Mick Foley said it best. He said fans were not worried their hero would get beat. Fans were worried their hero would get hurt, I believe, or whatever, or not survive. So that's why that worked. It wasn't just, if you didn't know anything about wrestling and you watched the show and the highlights, you would just think that it was this guy that just came and got it together in the ring with this other guy, and people were loving it just because they were stabbing each other with forks and slicing each other up with razor blades, and not how it got to that point and why the people cared. Brian, is that a fair assessment?
I think so. Tony Atlas brought up the fact that people who worked with Abdullah got over. One of the examples not used here was Tommy Rich in Atlanta.
Oh, God, yeah.
I mean, that's what got Tommy Rich over in Atlanta, was Abdullah the Butcher.
Well, and in Tommy Rich, you had this young, and remember in Georgia in the late 70s, Mr. Wrestling 2. And it was, Dusty Rhodes, but he wasn't a pretty boy in that sense. Tommy Rich was 21 years old or 20 years old when he left Tennessee and went down there, and the girls loved him. And he was the, blonde-haired baby face of all time in Georgia at that point. And to put him in the ring with this fucking giant, bleeding, drooling, chaotic monster, people were shitting themselves, and the girls would cry when Tommy loved to fucking bleed too, and he would sell, and the sweat in his face, and he learned that Jerry Jarrett fucking Ricky Morton style Tennessee babyface selling, and you would see the teenage girls jumping up and down, crying tears when Abby was stabbing him in the head with a fucking fork. Anyway. But that's the context of all of this. It wasn't illustrated for anybody that wouldn't know. And as I said, who didn't live, watching wrestling in that time, you'd think you were able to see this every week on every TV show that you watched. And people think that because it's all national now, it was all national then. Most people didn't see any of this, only in the area it was broadcast. And then the TBS stuff. But Abby's, his prime of his career was what, 67, 68, when he really started getting over in Michigan, Ontario. And by the mid-'80s, that last run with Crockett, when WCW brought him back, it was comedy. I remember I was doing an interview one time with him, and I think him and Mick Foley. I was conducting the interview, and he's fucking digging in my pocket and my jacket, and I'm freaking out, and finally he comes out with my spare Twinkies, right? That was a thing they wanted us to do. And they put him in the electric chair, and by then the aura was over, but he at that age he couldn't be, except in Japan, what he once was in the United States, because he was too old and it wasn't allowed anymore.
And that was a babyface run in 1990 in WCW.
Yes, which was, and he worked as a babyface when you'd bring him in as a special partner against heels that had heat. And then the babyface would go. But no, I'm just saying that he worked in his time that way also.
Well, this was him being friends with Trucker Norman and Captain Mike Rotunda.
Yeah, well, that's why I said, it was all being played for laughs at that point, and it was over in the United States. Japan, they still believed him. But anyway, and they showed some of the Japanese TV commercials at his record album. And I mean, my God, the cartoons, the people there, he got over on several levels. Wrestling was so hot. They always, in Japan, liked monsters, Godzilla, whatever he fit that. And then the preposterousness of him being put in these, other positions doing these commercials, it just, it all worked over there for him. But we got a bunch of, and let me say before we get into the meat of the matter, they mentioned that he never worked for the WWF and he never worked for the WWF either, Vince Sr., correct? Did he ever, anywhere?
I don't believe so.
I can't off the top of my head think of it. He wouldn't have worked there. Even in the WWF of the 70s under Vince Sr., where they did have blood and they did have, Killer Kowalski and Bruno were doing chair angles and whatever the fuck. Abby, it would have been too, I think he would have caused riots. He would have caused a riot in Madison Square Garden, probably in Boston, probably in Philadelphia. Because those people were that was a rough crowd in those days. We've heard all the stories. Blackjack Mulligan got fucking, cut for 200 stitches in Boston. Can you imagine if Abby had tried to do all the shit he did and, butcher fucking Pedro? But it wouldn't have worked in the 80s under Vince Jr. because yes, they would have got some humorous Tuesday Night Titans footage out of it, but it would have killed Abby's aura, and I think he was young enough at that point he wasn't going to do that because he was still making money in Japan, and and worked for Crockett in the mid 80s and had a variety of, means to make money. Can you imagine it ever working there? And him not wanting to do jobs.
If he was willing to do jobs, it could work. Style-wise, it wouldn't work. If he would willingly give up the blade, could I see him having a very short run in the 1980s? Yeah. I mean, look, they gave everyone a chance. They give him a manager, let him do his thing. Would Hogan want to work with him? Hogan liked to work with guys who were safe, who he didn't have a problem with. He knew Abdullah from Japan. I don't know if that would be someone Hogan would want to do a tour with.
And the thing is, Abby would sell now for baby faces, especially on their comeback. And if they had fired, remember, he could take a monkey flip. He was still doing that when he was working for Crockett in 85.
And how old was he there?
Well, nobody knows. Remember when he died? When he died,
really?
Jesus Christ.
This is Dark Side of the Drive Thru.
It was when he oh, Jesus, I'll try that again. When they just had the goddamn deal where nobody knows. I was talking to Evan Husney, as a matter of fact, about it. Is that they don't know exactly for sure what his birthday is from some issue or something. I don't know, but he's 80, probably. So 37 years ago, he would have mid 40s, and at 440 pounds.
That's the thing. Abdullah in the 70s is very different from Abdullah in the 80s, let alone the 90s. So if we're talking Abdullah in the 70s, again, no blade. Could a short program with him and Bruno or him and Pedro have worked? Possibly. Pedro's whole run was just short programs with people. And then in the 80s, it's all about Hogan. I mean, that'd really be the only person he'd be working with, unless he's doing a mid-card feud with upper mid-card feud or like a Ricky Steamboat or something. Junkyard Dog, I couldn't imagine those matches. But
well, yeah, there was a window you've seen the pictures, and this is why I wish we had more footage. There was the Australia stuff in black and white, but 67, 68, 69 Abby in the butcher pants and the sash, and I think there's one publicity picture he had a fucking saber or whatever.
Like a Cornette convention watcher.
Well, yeah, he was starting a trend early. But he was like, what, maybe 300 pounds, 320. You see the early pictures.
I wouldn't say svelte, but considering what he turned into, he looks svelte.
Yes, and it's shocking because you see the higher elbow drop pictures from, was that Montreal or was it Toronto, wherever it was.
Remember, he became a big star in Stampede. After the Stomper Archie Goldie, it was Abdullah the Butcher as the
That's
top
right.
heel.
And he had to be able to move at that point in Stampede, and he could. But as he got, and he didn't do the blood every night then. There was a period of time, if the New York promoters and Vince Sr. had ever really seen him or considered him, he and Bruno in the late 60s would have been interesting. But he wasn't that big of a name yet. And as he got bigger physically and bigger name-wise and got the gimmick full-fledged, it wasn't going to work.
But the other thing, too, is when you look at guys in the 80s in the WWF, the reputation became fair or unfair, that they were working a softer style, a different style. They were on the road every day. Those are hard rings. They don't have to really improvise like they were working for Bill Watts or something. They can kind of just coast. In a lot of ways, I think for Abdullah the Butcher, the Blade was that.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't do the stuff he did in the 70s. He could just grab Bruiser Brody in a headlock and they can cut each other and walk around the building.
And that's why also you couldn't do that regularly in any one place except for Japan, where it was evergreen, because once people had kind of seen that over here, they needed more. And it was chaos because you never saw it. And, oh my God. But then we went back to regular, and that was what sustained the business. And then you could pop something with, oh, here's more chaos. Anyway, and let's talk about the controversy first. Can he read and write or not?
He can read. We went to a restaurant. I saw him read a menu, and then he asked for a hamburger. Clearly he can read. He wanted fries on the side.
Oh, we'll get to that part of it.
He can read.
And here's the thing. It was a surprise to everybody in the wrestling business that was interviewed when they heard that he couldn't read or write. And who was it? I think it was even Mick that said he'd just heard that story recently, or maybe Hugo Savinovich, who also spent a lot of time with him in Puerto Rico. It was Mick.
It was Mick.
And also, this is what I'm not taking up for Abdullah. Abdullah and I have had professional interaction, never had a crossword. Didn't know him that well, worked in the various places at the same time.
Shook his hand, cut every finger.
No, he never cut me. So I got no dog in this fight. And I've never met old Hannibal Lecter either, but we've had interaction on the internet. We'll get to that. But the point is, this is what I consider a heel program. When both sides of an issue are in some way stunningly full of shit, it's a heel program. It's heel versus heel, right? And Cactus and everybody else at Abby could read menus, not even to be funny, but just, yes, we've been with this guy, he read menus, but also he ran a business. The House of Chicken and Ribs was open for quite some time, and it wasn't just, you didn't walk in and see Abby at the grill and handing you your food. He had people working for him. And as well, plane tickets. When he was a major star and flying around different places, and I've traveled through airports with him. He didn't have like a handler or somebody leading him around with a rope. And by the way, I've told this story about Barbarian, but you know how Abby's plane tickets were made out in the 80s, at least, because I've seen one.
No.
You know how when it used to be a paper ticket.
Yeah.
Right. And you would have your name of the passenger at the upper left-hand side, and it'd be last name first / first name. Right.
Sure. They were doing that into the 90s, at least.
Yeah. It would be made out Butcher /A. And now people are going to call bullshit. No, before 2001, there was all kinds of shit going on with the airlines that you would think now would land you in jail, and they didn't even look at it. And they used to fucking make plane tickets out for a guy like that, because I was traveling with the Barbarian. We were at the gate for a flight. We worked for Crockett, right? And they had to, I don't know whether they had to change his seat or whatever, but they paged him. And they literally got on there and said, "Is there a Barbarian at gate 42? A Barbarian, please come to the desk at gate 42. And I have flown as Ole Anderson. When they would buy plane tickets at Crockett's office and the card would get changed and somebody else would need to go, they'd give those tickets to that. So here, you're Ole, fly as Ole Anderson. If they ask you, just say, yeah, that's my name.
Just say, fuck you.
Yeah, and they'd know. But no, and then you just hand them the fucking ticket as Ole Anderson, the pass friend, and you get right on the fucking plane. This was 1985.
I met Abdullah in an airport once.
What did he say?
It was coming back from Fan Week in 95. Me and Marty Gorman flew from Knoxville to Atlanta to switch planes to go to, I believe, LaGuardia. I don't think it was Kennedy. I think we were going there. And next thing you know, there's a giant man in a white suit and a cigar in his mouth, but he's not smoking it. It's just an unlit cigar. And I'm like, man, that's fucking Abdullah the Butcher. I had just been hanging out with Masahori at Fan Week. I had the latest Japanese magazines.
Oh, my God.
So I went up to him and I said, excuse me, Abdullah. And I knew what to say right away. I'm friends with Masa. That'll disarm him. I said, I'm friends with Masa. I was just hanging out with him in Knoxville. How are you? Oh, hey, brother. He's just very nice. I asked him to sign the thing, and he signed it, Mr. A. Butcher. And while this was happening, there were two women behind him looking at me, and they were just going, mouthing the words, who is that? Who is that? And I didn't have the heart to tell them it was Solomon Burke.
Oh, all righty then. But see, that's the thing. If you had probably not said, Masa's name, or maybe flashed the Japanese magazines, he would have looked at you with the big bug eyes and scared you away, because That's the thing.
Marty Gorman was hiding. He wouldn't
Oh,
come
yeah.
near him.
And a good thing he did, because he probably wouldn't have been as nice to Marty. I remember Marty's pleasing social skills, but that's the thing is he would work his gimmick in and out of the ring and in public places. And, Mick told the story of him scaring the stewardess just, with the face and everything, because he wanted people to believe we were talking about the reading and writing. He signed autographs, A Butcher. I've got a Polaroid taken of him chewing on my head.
Mr. A Butcher.
Mr. A Butcher. After all those years, I can understand if he wasn't the most literate writer or, whatever, is going to read goddamn scripture, but functionality, one would think. And besides that,
well,
he'd been in the wrestling business for 40 years. He's getting letters that are clearly return addressed from a fucking court of some description in his home province. One would think he would have had curiosity to have somebody investigate it before that. Okay, I'm just going to say this: in the old days, when he started in the business and for a good period of time before the internet, if you got sued, you ignored it and left the territory, and you got away with it in most cases.
That's what he did. He left Canada. No, what I was going to say is, I think if you ever see anything on TV about people battling illiteracy as adults, let alone a senior citizen, there are ways to hide it. There are people who mask it from everyone for years, and it ends up being maybe there's some level of functional literacy, but they couldn't sit down and read a book. They couldn't read the newspaper.
Right.
They couldn't read stuff. So, I don't want to accuse Abdullah just being full of shit on this. We don't know, but there's a chance.
I'm saying that Abdullah the Butcher is one of the great workers of all time, and I think he functionally has been able to get along, and he probably is limited in terms of his literacy skills. But at the same time, if you're getting letters, I've gotten a number of letters from law firms and lawsuits and official documents, and it looks stern enough that if it was written in goddamn Greek or Hebrew, one would want to find out what the fuck this is about.
Oh, I should drop out of school in the 2nd grade, which is what they claimed here.
And then spent 40 years in the wrestling business. All right. Well,
I didn't pause for dramatic reasons. There's a giant lawnmower somewhere.
Oh, okay. The giant lawnmower is back.
It's the giant lawnmower. It's not me.
How big a boy is he?
Oh, my God. It's coming for me now.
He's almost 7 feet tall.
I'm about the biggest goddamn man you've ever seen. Look in the rearview mirror.
All right, but that's the thing. Abdullah the Butcher, as working his gimmick for years and years, was one of the best in the business and made an impact for the reasons that we've explained, and because that he was so good at what he did in that aspect. And again, half of the show, now we might as well talk about it, was about his interaction with this fucking psychologically warped dipshit that we then had to listen to. We're watching a show about one of the biggest stars of wrestling, and we've got to put up with this for. Do you know what a vanity press used to be, Brian? You're a very literate man. You know what, before publishing became, desktop and self-publishing became a thing, and printing costs not only came down, but you can fucking rip things off the drop of a hat now. Back in the old days, if you were an aspiring writer, you couldn't just publish your own book. You had to get an actual publisher to do it for you, and to even to get it printed, much less to sell it anywhere. And so they had vanity presses where people who didn't really have the talent enough to go to a real publisher and publish a book or have a book published that would potentially sell, they just wrote some shit and they want to pay the publishing company to publish it and give them 1,000 copies or whatever. This fucking guy is the goddamn wrestling equivalent of a vanity press.
That's my new finisher. The vanity press.
1, 2, 3 every time because he's covering no one. He got into business and worked some outlaw shows, and then he started his own promotion so he could work for himself. And Abby's interaction with him was because this guy is always, you can tell he's a mark, not only for himself, but just a mark to wrestling. And of course, Slow Devin is not going to tell the story this way, but obviously the story is this way. Abdullah the Butcher in 2006, was not going to fucking come to goddamn Canada and wrestle somebody at the age of 60, fucking almost 70, and wrestle some fucking idiot unless the idiot paid him a lot of money. Because that's one thing about Abby, and they say now he's broke and in bad physical condition. Abdullah the Butcher was always noted in the wrestling business as a guy that got every penny that was coming to him and every penny he could for anything that he did. And so I'm sure because this fucking weirdo is a mark and a mark for himself and his gimmick, the Blood Hunter. And we'll more on that later.
Yeah.
In a case of fucking irony.
Jon Moxley turns me on. So much blood.
It's the blood. And so he pays Abby a ridiculous amount of money to get him to come up there and have a fucking juice match with him because that's the guy's fucking deal, right? I don't want to say fetish or whatever.
I called leapfrog. He cut me.
And Abby did what he did with every other promoter and any mark willing to pay him to do anything. He's okay, brother. I'll come have my retirement match for you. Because he said, I retired Abdullah the Butcher. How many matches had Abdullah the Butcher worked in 2006 in the previous 10 fucking years? He was almost 70 and a fucking grossly obese man with, I'm sure, some kind of many issues physically. So the guy pays him to come up and have a double juice match with him and then is talking like when he saw the video, that's when he became aware that Abdullah the Butcher had gigged him. What the fuck is the whole fucking idea of the thing? Why would you pay this fucking retired, nearly 70-year-old fucking man who just a couple of years later, when I saw him at a fan fest, was being wheeled around in a wheelchair to go to Canada and work on your show that you promoted, unless it was to have the double juice match and retire, in quotes, Abdullah the Butcher. And that's this fucking guy's deal. Remember, we've talked about he would fly himself to that promotion in Texas and pay his opponent and pay his manager. And that's how he got on shows. Selena De Laurentiis, I had to finally say, fuck it.
Where is she? I'm looking for her. Oh.
She said, fuck you, I quit. Because you're getting blood all over my fucking expensive clothes that nobody even knows is coming.
Send me an invoice.
Yeah. So he legitimately believes that he would have been a WWE superstar if his blood test hadn't come back positive for hepatitis C. And then so sues Abdullah the Butcher. Now, here's the thing. If Abby did give him hepatitis, well, besides it doing the WWF a favor, then that's fine. Abby got fucking sued and lost. He ain't paying the guy. I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't care what happens either way. What I'm saying is that it is ludicrous for anybody to be expected to believe that Devin and Abby both didn't have that match, knowing what was going to fucking happen. And since Devin has proven that he cuts himself and other people with regularity, then it seems like that he either would have done it himself or he knew Abby was going to do it.
Bingo.
And he probably marked out Abdullah the Butcher's going to blade me. That's so cool. I'm sorry, I'm doing your gimmick.
He's my mentor. Cut me, mentor.
So, and then, of course, Slow Devon shows and explains the blade and cuts it and tapes it. And of course, it's a very sloppy looking job. That's why all of his people apparently complain that he's fucking trying to kill him.
Move over, Eddie Mansfield.
Well, he looked like a short bus Eddie Mansfield there. Is basically what he looked like. Only Mansfield at least had the guts to go ahead and do it on camera. Hannibal likes to do it in the ring, wouldn't do it on camera. So I'm not Abdullah the Butcher.
I had an important meeting.
But basically, so Abby took his money and worked with him like he did any other mark ever in the business. And everybody knows they knew what the fuck was going on because that was the point of the thing. And then the WWE contract that he was offered was developmental. It wasn't like he was going to debut on Raw, and it's like he still believes, and you can tell, look, because he's not that good an actor or worker, and he's not even that good of speaker. You can tell on his face that he believes he would be goddamn John Cena fucking Roman Reigns level if it wasn't for that bad blood test preventing him from going to developmental, where they wouldn't have kept him 6 months until they dropped him for either being an idiot, a mark, or a mental case, because he's proven himself to be all three.
Abdullah cost me my deal with developmental. Now I'm developmentally disabled.
And he's rotten. He's a rotten fucking wrestler. We've seen the video. They showed old video where he was rotten, and he's rotten now. And
Hey,
then,
can I say something, though?
please do.
All kidding aside, I heard from someone in the business a long while back because they heard one of the segments I did on 605 about this goof because he tried to have a run at me and I made him look like a fool multiple times.
Well,
And,
now, Mother Nature beat you to it.
well, that's true. Someone in the business said, we always wondered, how could you prove Abdullah gave it to you? You had all these blood matches with all these different guys. There are various people in wrestling, I hate to say this, who have bloodborne diseases. We saw Bob Orton Sr. get in trouble with WWE like 15 years ago. The Undertaker flipped out.
No.
Bob Orton Jr., excuse me. Bob Orton Jr.
Don't malign the man. He's 110.
We saw the Zodiac go down. No, we saw Bob Orton Jr. who was doing a thing with Randy and The Undertaker, and The Undertaker flipped out because he was exposed to hepatitis C.
Yeah.
Because he didn't know Bob Orton Jr. had it. I don't know
Bob
who else.
didn't either.
I don't know who else would have. And that's the point. There are a lot of people, especially from guys who use the blade a lot and may have shared the blade. There are a lot of people out there. So to say Abdullah gave me this specific hepatitis C, that's the only thing I've always wondered. How can you say that when you did blood matches with so many different people? How many other wrestlers were tested? Guys that you worked with before Abdullah or after Abdullah?
I have no idea, and I ain't a doctor. I'm just a small town bird lawyer. But the point is, this is Tony Atlas kind of moderately put it best. I can't actually say phrased it best. A lot of people think it'd be like it is, but it do or whatever. But he said, you get in this business, you're taking a risk. He specifically booked this match to happen for him to bleed with Abdullah the Butcher, is what I'm saying. So regardless of who gave what to who, or who flew over the cuckoo's nest, now you sue the fucking guy. And in the ironic turn of events, they did include at the end of the program where this moron, and we've heard multiple stories, he got arrested last year for physically assaulting his girlfriend, a young lady that was with him. I don't want to cast aspersions on her, categorizing her as a girlfriend.
I was just trying to help her. Realign her spine.
They didn't mention that, but they did mention his previous incident where he stabbed that referee on that outlaw show in Texas in the head with a spike, severing one of his arteries and chewing his whole head up.
He's a bleeder.
And did you like Lance Storm's audio from a podcast? They played the audio where he eviscerated this fucking guy. Say, why is he not in jail, and why would he ever be booked again? How can you explain this? And the guy continues to still sit there and lie to the camera and blame other people and prevaricate and eviscerate and all those other eights about the shit that he has done. And I just had one of the cult members tweet me this morning after they saw this fucking show saying, my God, the stories of the way he's fucked people around and or gone into business for himself because of his own delusions on all those, his own shows that he runs around there are insane.
I don't care if you are cured of hepatitis C, which is what he says he is, and I'm going to take him at his word for that.
Because of experimental treatments.
Even if you are, why would you go back and do blood stuff? That seems like the worst idea.
His and other people's.
Yeah. Why would you do that?
His and other people's. Did you not learn your lesson? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Gomer Pyle is smarter than Hannibal. We've come to that fucking conclusion here. From his own chicken lips, slurring his own words.
I watch Gomer Pyle while I eat my crayons.
All right, but so that... I didn't really learn anything I didn't know about Abby. There was some nice old footage, but in no context. And we had to listen to Lurch piss and moan and bemoan his fate about what a star he would have been if not, it was not taken all away from him by something that he arranged and promoted and paid the guy to do.
And he was never going to be a WWE star. I think anyone who can look at this, you know, from a distance, or anyone who knows him or anything about this, like you said, he wouldn't have survived developmental because he would have alienated other people there. They wouldn't want to be around him. He's a weird guy. Everyone who's around him says he's a weird guy. He's going to be around all those.
He's a weird guy that pays people to be around him. And that's, and people in the wrestling business will take money from marks. And whether he's paying people to talk to him on Skype, or he's paying people to fucking work on his shows, or he's paying people to let him work on their shows.
The Canadian Casati.
Oh, for 17 people in New Jersey, that's hilarious. Closing thoughts on Abdullah the Butcher?
You know, I think this is one of the problems with the concept going forward. There were two separate things here. The story of Abdullah the Butcher's life was intriguing. I mean, again, dropped out at second grade, was doing just all these things. Even if you get into some of the bad stuff, there was a story there that just all of a sudden took an abrupt course change, and it became about the Hannibal Abdullah the Butcher incident and the fallout, and even that didn't go too deep into it. I think they should have either done a special about Abdullah or a special about Hannibal. And with Hannibal, it's the same thing. You could have done what he says happened to him, and you could have done what there's plenty of footage of him doing to other people. And I think go ahead.
Let me just jump in there and say you're right. And the more you hear him speak, the lower your opinion becomes of him. So for a whole hour, he pretty much could have told his whole story.
I hope he dies a painful death.
And then you see Abdullah's like sister's like, he got us food when we were poor, and he did this and that. Like, geez, I don't know. There's some middle ground here somewhere. Everyone's a worker. And again, the reenactments, the most ridiculous one that tops the previous ridiculous one is Abdullah in the rain of blood with the red light jabbing himself in the head, which they showed multiple times. They must be really proud of that one.
Oh, I'm not sure that Abby was sitting at home going, boy, that looks like me. Because it accentuated his mud flaps without having the whole, you know, but that's another thing in wrestling. And let's close up with this. It used to be that no matter what territory it was, what wrestling promotion it was, what organization, most of the people on the card didn't look like average, normal fucking people. Where else would you ever see somebody that looked like Abdullah the Butcher running around in butcher pants and a fucking Arab headdress and fucking chasing people with a fucking fork? Now everybody from NXT UK looks like they just graduated from accounting school. You know what would have been the best thing for Abby to do?
The best thing for Abby to do? No, I don't.
The best thing for Abdullah to do when he got, and we call him Abby in the business fondly, and to his face. That was, you know, It wasn't and I'm not being flippant here. But when he was getting all those letters, if his caretaker had managed to find him and read them to him before then, he needed to hire a good lawyer. See, that's the problem, because old Slow Devin up in Ontario, he got some ambulance chaser that had all this experience. If Abby had had a good lawyer, he could have got this thing shut down, boom, just like that. If only Abdullah the Butcher had known at that time about the man, the myth, the legend.
Call Stephen P. News. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. Those are the rest.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if only Abdullah the Butcher had known the most important numbers in all of the numerical alphabet. 888-692-8084. Or if he had been able to type into his keyboard, newlawoffice.com, then he would have been saved from strife and potential poverty and ruin and destitutionaryism and destrucity. Because Stephen P. New would have ridden to his rescue like a West Virginia knight in shining armor and carried the banner or the saber or the meat cleaver of justice up there to Ontario and smack that bitch down. And he can do the same thing for you. Whether you have a bitch or a bastard or anybody else you need smacked down, Brother Stephen P. New will smacketh the layeth or layeth the smacketh. He'll drop a leg right on the offending party, and he'll be on it quick, too, much like he was on Colin Thomson of Kast Media, who owes a lot of people money and is probably going to pay something to Stephen, or if you can't get blood out of a turnip, he'll squeeze your fucking testicles until they produce some kind of liquid.
Colin Thomson, the wimpy dirtbag we're going to nail.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we're not going to nail him in that kind of high school locker room way.
What?
We're going to nail him to the wall in a legal way.
What was going on in your locker room?
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes, Johnny Valentine. So anyway, if you need to nail somebody to the wall, legally that is, or potentially after hours in a separate arrangement in cash, non-sequential serial numbers, nobody has to know, then the person to nail that son of a bitch to the wall is Stephen P. New at newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084. And if you've just had something easy and simple happen, like wrongful termination, or you've been given cancer by chemicals left by some major corporation, then he does that too. But if somebody owes you money, call him up. He'll collect one way or the other. I hate to tell you all the things that happened to that fucking last guy.
Well, let's move on from here. Let's talk about something else that's a rough experience in the shower. Monday Night Raw, which aired this past week, and hopefully we're not going to talk too much about.
No, well, basically it was a tale of two segments. They had an interview and a match, and then 2.5 more hours of program. But at least they led off with the best of the bunch. They were in Atlanta, and here comes Cody. It's a Rhodes in Georgia. It's a rainy Rhodes in Georgia. He's a big baby face. He's shaking hands. He's giving away his weight belt. He's doing his woe. And Brian, I've discovered that Cody's woe is my favorite woe. You want to know why?
Compared to the other woes? Yeah, why?
Compared to all the other woes. Because it doesn't last as long and it doesn't come up as often. You hear his song, and then right at the appropriate moment, whoa! Instead of Seth Franklin, which is just whoa, just a droning on. It's almost like Don Fallis's music. And then Sami Zayn's whoa, 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 or ole, ole, or whatever the fuck. All these other ones, they go on and on.
You know what my favorite woe is?
What?
The Tree of Woe.
Well, yes, because that way you can be hung there and it adjusts your back. Anyway, they were sold out wherever the fuck, whatever the building is these days in Atlanta. They had great arena shots. It was a big reaction. And Cody comes out and cuts the promo on Brock because that's going to be the main event at SummerSlam, obviously, even though we don't officially know that yet. And he's calling him out, accept my challenge, SummerSlam. And Brock doesn't show. There's no music, nada, nothing. He doesn't come out. And Cody's like, well, are you going to be fashionably late? I'll be here at 9 o'clock waiting for you. 10 o'clock, whenever I'll be here waiting for you. And he gets the people chanting Cody. And then he mentioned that Michelle, his mother, Dusty's wife, is in the front row. And he recognizes her to set the scene for this later on. And referenced hard times in his relationship with Brock. And he cut a fired up promo, got the people into it. He's a great baby face, and he's leaving the ring, and he hugs his mother on the way out. And all of a sudden, that's when Brock's music plays. And now he's ready. He's ready for a fight, but the music stops. And he's like, and it starts again, and he's ready. Finally says, enough of this. I'm going back there and get him. And as he goes through the entranceway, suddenly you see a chair fly out. And then here comes Brock throwing Cody out and bashing him with the fucking chair and just beat him all the way to the ring. And F5'd him right on the floor in front of his mother. Brian, can you imagine the embarrassment, the humiliation of being F5'd right in front of your mom?
I don't know. She's witnessed a lot of Cody's moments up close and personal.
Well, and think about that. Why did they never have her there? The Horsemen should have kidnapped Michelle and brought her when they broke Dusty's leg in the parking lot so she could watch it there, too.
I don't know about that.
But anyway, then Brock Kimura'd, as the kids say, double wrist locked the arm again, threw him back in the ring, double wrist locked it again, and then accepted the challenge. I'll see you at SummerSlam, bitch. So now we got a main event, and again, this is now that let the speculation begin, but how are they going to get by with or get away with, or is there any way to that, Cody beating Brock pretty decisively?
It has to be decisive?
I think
When you say
point.
When you say decisive, what do you mean?
Well, 1, 2, 3. I don't know that Brock should ever tap out in a WWE ring. But he should beat him 1, 2, 3 at this point with, I'm not saying there can't be shenanigans in the finish, but it can't be like somebody, hits Brock with a truck and he's laying there and Cody steals it. It has to be Cody doing something pretty prominent, 1, 2, 3.
Remember, Cody won, fair and square in the kayfabe world of wrestling, but he did kind of steal one from Brock the first time, which triggered Brock's anger. Do you think this one, when you say it has to be a decisive pinfall, I mean, does Brock even get the kick out after the 3, or should it be Cody takes down Brock and Brock is messed up after all this?
I don't mean he should be goddamn carted out on a spatula after Cody covers him. I know 1, 2, 3, Cody gets up, Brock turns over, he's selling whatever fucking happened, he's still conscious, but he's looking like motherfucker, and Cody gets his hands in the air. I think we have to at some point, because again, the first one was, Cody stealing more or less a quick one, as Vince used to say. He hated that too, a quick one. But, they've spread this out well and they've milked it well, and the broken arm was a good bit of business. But at some point, Cody has to, not just beat him flat with his finish right in the middle and boom, thank you for coming, pissed in his mouth while he's down there, but get a hard-fought, clear 1, 2, 3, I think.
Do you think we find out Heyman paid Brock Lesnar to take out Cody in the long run?
Boy, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Because Brock is a mercenary. He wants money to buy more cattle. He doesn't care about who he hurts. He just wants to milk things.
And they've established, even with their problems, Heyman always kind of knows what's going on with Brock. How does he know this? It's a question that's never been answered.
Yeah.
And we need to somehow get back to Cody and Roman, we would think, unless main event Jay takes the world championship at SummerSlam.
I think we're safe.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. That was there was one other segment I liked on Raw, but that was the highlight of Raw, I guess.
What was the segment you liked on Raw, the next segment?
No. I don't even remember what it
Okay.
was, but I don't think it was that.
It was Riddle and Gunther. And I just want to say that, again, Gunther is amazing because he plays to Riddle's strengths. And at the same time, it brings out the best in Riddle when he has a guy he can actually wrestle and he doesn't do all the stupid foolishness. And they wrestled. They laid in hard chops and strikes, German suplexes. The match made sense. Riddle always comes off like an idiot and looks odd with the Speedos and the bare feet. But with Gunther, or was there another match he had here lately? I said I liked Riddle, or was it with Gunther?
It was with Gunther, I think.
It was with Gunther. Okay, it's Gunther. But goddamn, Riddle works against this guy. But anyway, Gunther pinned him with a power bomb, and there was about 5 minutes of it on the air, so it was brief, but a nice little thing.
You know, it's a little pet peeve of mine. It always looks weird, and this was an example of it. You don't always see it. It's not a frequent thing. When two guys are against each other and neither of them have knee pads.
Yes, that in this day and age, that is rare.
It's a weird look because you're so used to everyone has their knees covered up. But all of a sudden it's just like bare legs, both of them. It's a weird look. It throws me off a little.
Takes you back to the days of Gene Kiniski.
Yes.
Who reminds me of Gunther. And you know, here's something else. Jerry Lawler. Do you know that Jerry Lawler never wore knee pads until the 90s?
Now, how is that possible? Because he was doing all the bumps and the fist drops off the second rope in the 70s and 80s.
Exactly. And on the Tennessee rings, he wore long tights and the old K&H tights. And then when he got spandex, he even lost these. But in the 70s, the only padding was that they used to sew an extra layer of the tight material on over your knees, kind of like a rectangle, to make sure your knees didn't pop through the fucking tights. That was the only padding he had. And dropped all those fists and knee drops and everything else on those hard Tennessee rings 6 and 7 nights a week for 20 years without ever having a knee surgery. And that motion is enough to blow your PCL, the posterior cruciate ligament. That's why a lot of people in car wrecks, when their knees hit the dashboard, they tear the PCLs because it bends your knee back too far. And just the punishment on the kneecaps, it was amazing. He took all those bumps and never had a major surgery. Anyway, back to Raw, which is like major surgery.
If you know the answer, what made him start wearing the knee pads?
He finally started getting his knees a little sore. I swear to God. I saw him one time, and it was at least in the 90s, maybe in the WWF. And, well, you know what? When he first went up there, those rings didn't have a shit bit of give, and he's fucking 45 years old. But I saw him putting on knee pads. I said, when did this start? He said, just last year or something like that. Anyway, was the segment you liked where Rhea and Raquel got in a pull apart and Raquel's knee got hurt?
No.
Was the segment you liked where the Judgment Day came out to do an in-ring promo and were interrupted by Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, and they spoke to each other for 10 minutes?
No, and I have to say, and things could change, but right now I'm getting back to where I was months ago. I'm getting sick of Owens and Zayn again.
Yeah. Because now they're there without being into something, yeah, right?
Exactly. They're not feuding with anyone, are they?
I can't believe they didn't ever get some kind of goddamn war games out of the Bloodline versus the Babyfaces. But I like the Judgment Day promo. Rhea Ripley started and did a fantastic job. And Dominic got covered up with booze like usual. And Priest spoke briefly. And then Finn talked about Seth Franklin. And then here came Sami and Owens. And they just, again, we know we're going to have a tag match, but now they made it a title match for later. But it was 10 minutes. Was the segment you liked Liv and Raquel against Chelsea and Cruella?
What, are you joking?
Yes. Chelsea and Cruella won, by the way, in 5 minutes. They're the new tag team champions. Was it the sit down with Seth Franklin Rollins where Finn Balor came in, kicked the interviewer out of the room, and they sat down and had a scripted, dramatic, heart-to-heart acting scene?
It was absolutely not this.
Okay, and then Finn beat him up.
Naturally. As one is wont to do.
Was it the segment where the ring was set up like a Viking ship, complete with a prow and what's the opposite of the prow? An ass end? And Viking shields leaned up at all the sides of the ring. And it was Otis and Shoosh Boy with Model Girl against the Vikings with Val. What's her name? Val Holler?
I think so.
That's the way Aunt Lola would say it. And did you see the jump start on this match?
No, I decided to walk the plank. So I didn't watch this one. I'm not even going to lie.
Well, you missed 60 seconds of the best part of the show. They jump started this match when the Vikings were on the entrance ass of the boat and standing there, and Otis went to backdrop Shoosh Boy over the top rope to cannonball the Vikings. But when he backdropped him, he fell short and kind of to the side, and he missed the Vikings, and the Vikings kind of reached down and broke a bit of his fall and then fell down anyway. And then Val, who had seen him coming, didn't duck in a, oh shit, somebody's coming way, but just dropped down to her hands and knees like she was part of the goddamn vaulting routine. And then she stood up, and here came Model Girl with a drop kick, and I can see him in the locker room. They're thinking this is going to be a great opening spot. You guys are standing there. I'm going to backdrop old Shoosh Boy way up in the air, and he's going to cannonball you guys. And then Val Holler's going to stand up, and Model Girl here is going to drop kick her right in the mush. And she jumped up and drop kicked her with 1 foot barely grazing her either lower belly or fupa. And the poor old Val just flew away from that incredible contact. And then they fought for a minute and a half and went to a break. And basically it was a no disqualification, all four in the ring match with furniture and tables in a ring made to look like a Viking ship. And they gave that whole thing on the air. I couldn't have been 5 minutes. So was it Shayna Baszler versus Nikki Cross that you loved so much?
No, I actually didn't watch this.
Well, you wouldn't have had trouble skipping it. It only lasted 30 seconds. And then Rhonda was in a skybox and cut a memorized promo on Shayna about their friendship and who got who where and who should take credit for who. And I think everybody knows now that Rhonda's leaving. She's given a finish update. And they rushed this program because she's got to get out of there. She's double parked. And I don't know, either apparently that or her lease is expiring at Titan Tower or whatever. Everything's got to go. So I don't see a lot of the fans being upset she's leaving. Has this run been where we saw that Rhonda kind of probably came back and did this one for the money because it wasn't that much fun for her anymore?
She came back and did it because she had more time on her contract. You know, there was something missing from the moment she returned at the Royal Rumble. There were a few good moments. I always liked her in the karate gi, or the judo gi, I guess, in Saudi Arabia. But there was something clearly amiss. She didn't connect at all as a babyface. The heel run so far has been the best stuff she's done. And as has happened before, it's going to end right away. You know, we've seen it before where someone turns and it's like, wow, they're great, and then they're gone. And that's going to be Rhonda. I'm not saying she's doing great stuff right now, but her and Shayna, because of the relationship, because of the style, potentially could be something interesting, and it's going to end before it barely starts.
Yeah. And the first time, her first run for the first, 1 year, she was a big major star. And then when she came back this time, I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg. And as far as the fans not really getting into her like they did before, or her obviously looking like she didn't give a shit. And then the fans say, well, we don't either. I don't know which came first, but it wasn't, Was the segment that you loved Ms. TV with Becky Lynch?
Yes, this was the other segment I liked. I didn't say loved, I said liked.
What did you like about it?
I like Becky, and I'm getting a kick out of Trish. And I thought Trish was great here. I mean, The Miz had nothing to do with it. Let me just throw that in there. He just stood in the background. But I thought...
Well, after he got threatened and browbeaten by Becky face to face till he's bowing out through the ropes, I did like that part.
I like the interaction between Becky and Trish. And I think Trish is actually doing really good stuff right now.
I think it's more snarky girl talk that the writer's script for these Stanislavski method actresses. I
think they're more Strasbourg, but go ahead.
Well, okay. Or maybe it's the Pavlov method.
Oh. Woof woof, bitch.
Yeah. I like Rhea Ripley's unscripted shit where she gets in people's faces and has some emotion because I can believe it. And there's a few others. Charlotte, she is the fucking ice queen, right? You can tell when she's being a little condescending that it's part of her kind of makeup. But when they have them just go out there and be snarky with each other for minutes and minutes upon end, and this whole thing was close to 15 minutes from start to finish, from the start of Miz TV through the browbeating of Becky on Miz to the interaction with Trish and Zoe Stark, and then they had a shitty fight. It was almost 15 minutes. And at that point, we were about 2 hours and 15 minutes into the program, and after watching Collision Saturday night, where really all I did was fast forward the commercials and kind of really not pay any attention to the girls because I was afraid it would ruin the good taste I had in my mouth. This show was exceptionally hard to take because it took me longer to watch the FTR tag match than it did to zip through this entire 3-hour Raw minus the fucking entrances, the goddamn recaps, the commercials, the backstage hoo-ha, and to try to get to any meat of the matter. And then here comes Shaky Nakamura and Bronson Reed. And they went 2 minutes to the break. And then they came back 2 minutes, and Tommaso Ciampa, who I love, now attacks Bronson and gets Shaky disqualified. So Shaky hits him with a shitty kick and knocks him out and leaves. And that's all we got there. And then we know the main event already. For the tag team title, Owens and Zayn against Priest and Dominic. All right. They started from the time they started the entrances to begin this main event until the time that they actually started the match was 12 fucking minutes, Brian. And I got it again, these people are standing out in the fucking ring with their dicks in their hands in front of these fans. And then before they started the match, Seth Franklin came out and jumped on Finn Balor and they fought off. And we actually never saw him again. And they had a tag match with what time they had left on the air now, less than 15 minutes. They went 4 minutes to the break. They came back with less than 10 minutes on the air. Everybody in the match can work. There was nothing wrong from an amateurish standpoint or anything excessively dangerous or stupid. It was a modern style match where people disappear for long stretches of time so the other two can do whatever they've planned to do. And I didn't really care about the issue. And then Liv Morgan suddenly attacks Rhea Ripley. They did a convoluted back and forth finish. Sammy pinned Dominic. That's the right result. The people in the building loved it. And I was like, yeah. That was about it.
That was about it. That was WWE Raw. Hopefully the quickest review of Raw we've done in a while.
I just can't wait for Saturday nights to come because I've heard they're all right for fighting. And every time I watch that show, I'm watching more than I'm fast forwarding.
Well, Jim, that was the dark side of Raw, but let's move on here with the show. Let's talk about some of the things happening in wrestling, maybe answer a question or two. Several listeners, Jim, have sent this in. I have an article here from Fightful.com by Jeremy Lambert. Jon Moxley wins gold medal at NAGA Cincinnati Grappling Championship. Jon Moxley picked up a gold medal. Jon Moxley competed in the NAGA Cincinnati Grappling Championship on July 15th and won a gold medal. We've established that now.
Yes.
That he won the gold medal. Moxley competed in the men, no gi, beginner, 225 to 249.9 super heavyweight, masters, which is 30 plus division, representing POWL, MMA, and fitness. Moxley defeated Chris Saylor, winning on points. Any thoughts about Jon Moxley?
What is Chris Saylor's record in these?
Well, this is a beginner's. This is a beginner's thing. It probably doesn't have a record.
Go through the qualifications again. By the way, yes, I'm not going to be winning it. I'm not even going to be placing in it. I know that right now. But go through the qualifiers again.
Men.
No gi. Check.
No gi.
Check.
Beginner.
Okay.
I choked out a bunch of 6-year-olds. No. 225 to 249.9, which is super heavyweight.
Within a 25-pound weight class.
Master, which is 30 plus division.
That age, 30 years old or more.
And those are the qualifiers.
Because how can you be a beginner and a master?
Well, it's the master's division and the beginner's...
You're a beginner master?
You're a beginner master. One day hope to be a master.
Or a masturbator. But the point is, how many people were in this now?
Well, it says here in this article, the North American Grappling Association, NAGA, is the world's largest mixed grappling tournament circuit.
No, I didn't say the circuit.
Fightful would like to congratulate Moxley on his victory.
That's it? That's the entire...
Well, no. They also talk about Blood and Guts coming up on July 19th.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I'm talking about how many people did he defeat in this tournament on the way to winning this tournament? How many people were in his division? How many people were both men, not wearing a gi, beginners, within a 25-pound weight range, and were masters in terms of being 30 years old or more? Because then what age did they start? If those are masters, did they start at 2 for fucking inexperienced or what? So how many people were he competing against in his particular goddamn category?
Hold on, I'm trying to find results. I don't really keep up with the world of grappling tournaments. Here's a website. These are pictures. They in fact have a website with different weight divisions listed. Let me see.
Is there any detailed sports reportage from this prestigious tournament that Sports Illustrated or Fightful or whoever missed when they were just congratulating him?
Oh yeah, here's an article right here from Justin Barrasso. I came 3 times watching Moxley compete. No, men no gi expert, men no gi 18 and above, absolute no gi men. What does that mean? Absolute no gi men. 18 and above.
I don't know whether we want to know what that means or not.
Absolute no gi men.
There might be a video on that somewhere on the internet.
Here's the featherweight. I'm not seeing his division here. Let me keep looking. Here's the children.
The children. Oh, think of the children.
Okay, so it can't be down here. These are all. Here's children, teens, women, absolute men. And men.
The absolute men and then the men that we think, but we're not quite sure.
I don't see the men no gi super heavyweight listed here. I may have to check another. Absolute no gi men 18 and above intermediate. Absolute no gi men 18 and above expert. And it goes right to gi. Novice beginner 18 and above. Anthony Asher, Lee Bauer, and Drake Pope. I don't see Jon Moxley. Hold on, let me...
Well, wait, hold on here. Did it get any
Chris
local?
Saylor. Chris Saylor.
Ah.
And then next to him it says subdue.
Subdue? Is that like subdue, first name, last name, or just subdue?
It just says subdue. Everyone else it says Anthony Asher, United States. Lee Bauer, United States. Drake Pope, United States. Chris Saylor, subdue.
Is that a place?
Is that what happened? I don't know.
All right, look here. The Cincinnati Enquirer. Certainly a major newspaper in the city would cover this tournament. Does the Cincinnati Enquirer have anything on it while we're looking around the interwebs?
Wait, hold on, because here's the Mengi adult. Hold on, here's the bracket. There's a bracket. But it doesn't have Moxley. It has Chris Saylor of Subdue defeating, I guess that's his gym, defeating Michael Salt of 10th Planet, Kentucky. That was finals.
They relocated us to right outside Pluto's orbit.
See, that's the finals listed here for 200 to 220. Oh, that's 200 to 224. Excuse me. I'm in the wrong weight division.
Well,
but
you have been looking a little skinny lately.
Yeah, it doesn't have the other one here. Oh, this is last year's tournament.
Oh, well, that makes all the difference.
Yeah, this website sucks.
So we want to congratulate Jon Moxley on his beating that group of orphans up in Newport for the prestigious beginners, masters, intermediate grappling, no clothes on tournament.
What that means, though, is that he defeated the person that last year came in, I guess, 4th place. Oh, no, but it showed that he won. He defeated someone who previously had won. I don't know how that makes him a beginner, but I guess it was because he went up a weight class.
Well, okay, so he's beating up people that are littler than he is what you're saying.
I don't know. I don't know who's doing what with weight cutting when it comes to these events.
Well, and that's another thing. It could be that this guy had to cut weight, and therefore, he had the shakes when he went in the ring with Moxley, who was steady as a rock, because he doesn't have to cut weight because he already looks fucking emaciated.
Beyond the ridiculousness of Jon Moxley and all that encompasses, as a promoter or a booker, do you have a problem with talent doing outside sporting events like a grappling tournament, or is it not a big deal?
Well, no. Yes and no. If it's a legitimate tournament where I don't know anything about this sport or this tournament or this organization, so I would assume that they're not trying to fucking put on, hook holds on each other and grace each other and tear out their shoulders and whatever. It's some level of competition, but, it's under specific rules and there's referees, whatever. So I don't know that the guy's going to get fucking hurt, but things can happen. But if he thought that he had a legitimate shot at winning and I was Tony Khan and he told me, I'd say, okay, then let's go cover this and let's shoot it. And if you don't win, we won't tell anybody. But if you do win, we'll put it on TV. But if he didn't even tell Tony he was going to do it, if I was Tony and perish the fucking thought, I'd fine his ass for taking a risk for something that did absolutely no good for my television program while he's paying him $1 million a year or whatever.
More than that.
And the script to Rocky III.
That's right.
So.
And then I'm going to steal a truck and I'm going to kidnap my son and arm wrestle Scott Norton. Over the Mox.
So that was my answer is yes and no. It could be okay and it could not be. It depends on whether you can make something out of it or not. Or elsewise, the guy's just going around, again, doing his own shit to be a badass. I wonder, did they stick any skewers in his head at the no-clothes, invitational, intermediate, overweight, grappling fucking festival?
Yeah, that is an interesting question. His idea was, his thought was, or his dissertation, that every match should have blood because that's the natural way that any of these competitive encounters would go. Was there blood in every match of the grappling tournament?
Good question. And did Moxley bleed because he had old gig marks on his head? And was that considered offensive in that environment?
That's interesting. Will they make you bandage up your gig marks? Would that give you an unfair advantage if you start bleeding in the middle of the grappling because it's a lubricant?
That's true. And then you could get it in the other guy's eyes and blind him, which is actually a little fighting trick.
Well, we don't want to be blind. We want to go to the light. And Jim, another story here that a lot of listeners have sent in the last few weeks and we did not get to it. So let's get to it now.
Oh, boy.
I have an article here from, there's no author. Oh, there's an author, Joey G. from WrestlingHeadlines.com.
If that is indeed his real name.
Jade Cargill says she will not be returning to AEW anytime soon.
Oh.
It appears it started, there were a series of tweets July 2nd. She put some pictures of herself on a red carpet somewhere, and she's smiling, she looks happy, she's wearing a red dress, and she wrote, "Outside of the wrestling bubble is nice. I might stay."
Oh, good Lord.
And then someone tweeted at her the day before, I guess, "We miss you. Are you coming back soon?" She replied, "No." Another fan tweeted her, "But it's AEW that made you famous. Don't forget that." To which she replied, "No, they did not.
Oh, Christ.
You know me because of AEW. A lot of my fans knew me prior."
She had fans?
But go on. "Thus the reason I stuck with my name rather than a stage name." And then finally, another fan, or the same fan actually, I guess they were going back and forth. "I never heard of Jade Cargill prior to AEW. Glad to have been introduced to you. I'm a fan. You can't deny the impact AEW has had on your fame, though. Would be foolish to think a company that featured you on national TV weekly, paired you with Shaq, was not significant."
Wow, very well spoken. This guy needs a job with Sports Illustrated.
To which she replied, and this is the final tweet, "I introduced Shaq to AEW. Moron. He would have never did that match with anyone else. Facts."
So it's her we got to blame. Because nobody wanted that match. That was a shitty fucking match. That was the disappearing Shaq out of the ambulance where he jumped out and fucking ran out on in full view of everyone.
That was an angle out of nowhere that derailed everything Cody was doing. That led to a match where Brandy couldn't compete because she got pregnant, so we got Red Velvet as a replacement Brandy for a match that took a while to happen, and then Shaq got stretchered out and disappeared magically to never be referred to again, even though he's a part of the same broadcast network that they are on.
Yeah. And this shows where this bubblehead has been fucking at mentally. She thought she was a celebrity when she got there, and that I'm sure did help her in carrying herself like a star and coming off like a star because she thought she really was one. But the idea in showbiz, lady, is you're supposed to be able to fucking imitate that without actually believing your own publicity. What would she be noted for that anyone would know the name Jade Cargill more than being on a television show, even with only 800,000 people a week watching it? What has she done in the world that...
I had pulled up her Wikipedia page, and again, Wikipedia is not always the most accurate thing, but, Hannibal likes it. Jade Cargill, born June 3rd, 1992, is an American professional wrestler. She is signed to All Elite Wrestling, where she is a former one-time and inaugural AEW TBS champion. Her reign of 508 days is the longest for any AEW championship. Cargill was born in Gifford, Florida. She attended Sebastian River High School and Vero Beach High School, helping her teams to 2 basketball district championships. Cargill
played high school basketball, check. Al Bundy played high school football, check.
Cargill is a Jacksonville University graduate with a social science degree, where she played basketball and was named to the Atlantic Sun preseason first team in her senior year. She also has a certified master's in child psychology.
So she played college basketball and she's got a master's degree. Well, there's a couple things that everybody doesn't get to do, but I don't know that people get famous for playing college basketball at that level and or famous for having master's degrees.
Now, it doesn't have it here, but I was under the impression that she had done, she's one of these women that took pictures on social media and was a model, but you never saw her. And, I don't know how these
That's it for Wikipedia?
Well, no, there's more. In April 2019, Cargill attended a WWE tryout at the WWE Performance Center. And then from 2019 to 2021, subsequently, Cargill began training at AR Fox's WWA 4, WWA 4 Academy, taking advice from Mark Henry, who Cargill described as her mentor. She went to train at Heath Miller and Richard Borger's face-to-face wrestling school. She then trained at the Nightmare Factory under QT Marshall and Dustin Rhodes. Sanjay Dutt and Bryan Danielson started coaching her when they arrived in All Elite Wrestling at the request of AEW founder and owner Tony Khan. And then she made her debut, interrupting Cody Rhodes on November 11th, 2020, a day that will live in infamy.
Okay, how does she have fans that remember her college basketball career from 15 years ago, or fans that are fans because she has a master's degree?
Fans that like attractive women who take pictures of themselves and put it on the internet.
Okay, well, there you go. Well, that don't match up to being on regular TV every week, lady. Besides that, inside the wrestling bubble, so nice to be outside it, I might stay. Her training career has lasted longer than her professional wrestling career. She suddenly, starting 4 years ago, she goes to several different wrestling schools. She gets put on TV, 2.5 years ago, because the owner likes the way she looks and puts her over every week on TV against more experienced talent, but that's the way that works. But all she has to do is do a 7-minute match once a week, and she thinks she's been living in the wrestling bubble? Lady, try working 9 shows a week and spending 3,500 miles a week in the car doing it, and you'll be in the fucking wrestling bubble. Until then, you've been catered to because of your genetics and your appearance. And you've been given every opportunity, and you were signed to a contract having never wrestled in front of people before, and put in a goddamn top spot, given a belt, and put over everybody until you had to do one job on the way out. Fuck you and your wrestling bubble. Fuck your goddamn attitude, and fuck all your fucking master's degree fans. You ought to be out there on your hands and knees thanking a bunch of people for putting your green ass over. And for sitting through your fucking matches.
Is the issue Jade Cargill, again, someone who was given a championship, never lost? When she did lose, that was the last time we saw her, even though she was a heel, had babyface entrances with dancers and was, blowing kisses to her kid in the crowd.
What else could they have given her but her own goddamn maid to accompany her to the ring and fucking spray air freshener on her farts that don't stink?
But is the issue her thinking the way she seemingly is from these tweets based on her experience, or that Tony Khan set this up this way so that here she is after several years around wrestling?
Hey, no, this one ain't Tony's fault. If you as a human being, I'm not talking about any specific you, I'm talking about the person you. If you as a human being cannot tell when people are catering to you and helping you and fucking shoehorning you into something that you're not prepared or ready for, and giving you multiple opportunities that almost nobody else gets, if you can't tell that, then you don't need to be doing whatever the fuck it is you're doing. If I went down to the Louisville airport and say, hey, Delta, let me help you fly some of your fucking planes, or I'll work in a control tower and let me help you land some shit, despite never having done it or know anything about it or even talking to anybody in the business. And then well, sure, we'll put you right in school with the best trainers. And then when you get out of school, we'll put you up in the tower and let you do whatever you can do. And we'll have other people around that know more about it than you do, so you can't fuck up too bad. Even then, there's going to be some high spots. And then whenever you're sick of doing this, as long as you'll just put one person over on the way out, we'll let you leave, and we'll pay you a bunch of money. Fuck you.
All right. Well, that was the Jade Cargill segment. Maybe the last one on this show. We'll see what happens. But let me look up here. We got some questions from the Cult of Cornette Facebook group. Ash Madden would like to know, would CM Punk have practiced before his return or just gone straight back into it? And beyond CM Punk, what is it like for a wrestler returning to the ring after a long time off?
No, you don't just jump back in and do something like that if you haven't done it for even months, much less years. You have to get in the ring and get the feel and the timing and the cardio back. Even people who stay in, any tremendous shape, any kind of professional athlete, unless they're doing their specific sport, they've got to train for it before they come back, because it requires a whole completely different set of muscles or a completely different athletic talent or different cardio or whatever. And ring shape is much different cardio-wise than just being in good shape. And also, you got to get used to the bumps again. And you got to get your timing back with other people. So it's not like you can also just get in the ring and just fall down. You have to have somebody to work with that can, do a variety of things and be a good training partner to put you through some different stuff you're going to be doing and see if you've still got the same touch for that or come up with something new or whatever. So yes, Punk would have, like anybody else would have. That's why in OVW, when some of the main roster guys had been injured before they would go back and debut, they'd come down and spend a couple weeks. They'd do a couple of TV shows for us, and they would be working out either in the ring or maybe even in the full class, for a while to get their feet back under.
Okay, well, I guess that answered that question.
Well, I mean, there's, from being a baseball fan, does a guy quit playing baseball for 4 years and then just walk back on the Mets?
No, I mean, no one just walks onto a team or anything like that. There's a great Mets player, Daniel Murphy, who was a second baseman, had a career year with the Mets, got a big contract elsewhere because the Mets didn't bring him back. Good career, retired a few years back. This year, he announced he wants to make a comeback. He started with the Long Island Ducks, which are an independent league team. They're a minor league team that's not affiliated with any major league franchise. And then from there, he performed well enough that the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim signed him to a minor league deal where he's been doing well. Last I heard in the minors, there's a chance he may get called back up to the majors. But that's an example of the road back.
Well, we're pulling for him. Are the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, are they no-gi or absolutely no-gi?
Absolutely no-gi.
Okay. But again, and this is not a competitive sport in terms of people having to have a certain number of statistics or, hit this way or whatever. It's, obviously more subjective than that, but you've got to, for yourself and other people, you've got to have your timing and have your shit back together. And that doesn't just happen like that.
That's right. All right, Jim, you want to do a little guess the program before we get out of here?
Sure, why not? I got my pen right here.
I got a folder here of programs from my collection that have not been filed away yet, so they are here. And I am there, and you are there, and we are one.
You're a big filer, aren't you?
I am a big filer. I have more file cabinets being added to the file cabinet collection.
I just whip my shit out and let it hang out everywhere.
All right, Jim, this first program, I have to open it up to get to the first match. The opening bout, one fall to a finish. Wayne Martin versus Frankie Hart.
Okay.
I have to turn. I have to turn again.
What the fuck?
Turn again.
This is one of those programs with a lot of advertising in it?
There's advertising, but also there's articles. Semi-final event, a tag team match. Sailors Dick Trout and Bobby Nelson.
Oh, good Lord.
Versus Angelo Savaldi and Frankie Hill Murdoch.
Oh, Jesus.
And the main event, best 2 out of 3 falls for a championship I will not name. The champion, Leroy McGurk, versus George Wagner.
Okay. obviously Wayne Martin and Frankie Hart would probably not be the match that would suddenly make me aware of this. Nor would the tag team of Dick Trout and Bob Nelson. However, Angelo Savoldi and Frankie Hill Murdoch being together, of course, Frankie Hill Murdoch was the father of Dick Murdoch. And then Leroy McGurk being in the main event against George Wagner, who was Gorgeous George, but he would not have been billed as George Wagner after he had become Gorgeous George. And so one would think that this would be the Central States or perhaps the Southwestern States. Frankie Hill Murdoch was from Texas, but McGurk's main claim to fame as a promoter was Oklahoma and Missouri, but this was when he was an active wrestler before that was even involved. So I got to think, I'm working this out. It's got to be the late 40s to mid to late 40s. And it's probably in Texas because McGurk would not have just been sticking. Was McGurk, it's for a title. I can't remember when he first won a recognized World Junior Heavyweight title. But I'm going to say we're in Texas in 1946.
The date, September 21st, 1945.
Gah!
No, but you're close. That's very good. The Stockyards Coliseum. Oklahoma Stockyard Coliseum.
Was that a World Junior Heavyweight title match?
It was. World Junior Heavyweight Championship. And actually, one of the cool things about this program is whoever went, because I got a whole bunch of these from different shows, they wrote notes.
Oh.
So on the cover it says, only Mother and Me went to this one. Wayne Martin versus Frankie Hart. Wayne Martin was the fairest. Frankie Hart was fair but rough. And it says he won, he lost. Wayne Martin won, Frankie Hart lost. And then the tag match, Sailors Dick Trout and Bobby Nelson. Fair, really, wonderful, fair, won.
And by the way, in this usage, fair means they were the clean wrestlers. They wrestled fair.
And then under Angelo Savoldi, it says cheat, Italian. Yeah. And under Frankie Hill Murdoch, it says fossil, stinks. And then finally, Gorgeous.
Goddamn, wait a minute. Hold on now. Murdoch wouldn't have been that old then because Dick was born in like fucking 1943 or 4, I believe. Was he not? No, Dick wasn't born until he was 50 when he passed away. So he wasn't born until 46. So Dick was born that same year. How old could his father have been? 30, 35? All right. Are you on mute?
Yeah, I was looking up Frankie Hill Murdoch. Was born 1909.
Oh, my God. That would have made him 37.
So there 37. We go. That was a fossil to some wrestling fans back then, but let me...
What were the comments on McGurk and Wagner?
McGurk won, fair. George Wagner lost, cheat. And then it says, and I could be wrong, prime picker or prune picker. Prune picker.
A prune picker?
That's the insult there. He's a prune picker.
He's a no good prune picker.
Well, let me just pick up one of these other ones and see if it has any of these insults here in this one too. Judo Jack Terry's dirty. Dandy Dizzy Davis is fair. Stinks, unfair.
Hey, Dizzy Davis, by the way, who Gorgeous George stole a lot of the gimmick from, right?
That's what's always been said, yeah.
They were both Houston boys.
All right, I'm ruffling through these programs here. I apologize. This next one, Jim, a very interesting one. The opening bout, Mark Lewin versus Martin Angelo.
Martino Angelo or Martin Angelo?
It says Martin. Carl Von Hess versus Gregory Jarque. Or Jarque, I'm not sure exactly the spelling. He's from Spain.
Q-U-E.
Q-U-E. 4 famous midgets, Tiny Roe and Cowboy Bradley, against Ivan the Terrible and Pee Wee James. Bolo Hakawa versus Roy Shires. Ludwig von Krupp versus Mr. Puerto Rico. In a tag team match, 1 hour time limit, 2 out of 3 falls, Luis Martinez and Eugenio Marin versus Wildman Fargo and Don Stevens.
Ooh.
Pete Manigoff versus Skull Murphy. Ricky Starr versus Jerry Graham. And finally, the main event, 2 out of 3 falls to a finish. Antonino Rocca and Miguel Perez versus Larry Hamilton and Joe Hamilton.
Okay, and that would be Madison Square Garden. And let me go down the card first. Obviously, Mark Lewin, everybody knows. Martino Angelo, a journeyman who ended up affiliated with the Beast as a manager in the 60s, right? Was that Kurt or Carl von Hess?
Carl von Hess.
Carl von Hess, famous German of the period. Ludwig von Krupp, was that not Boris Malenko? No, he was Otto von Krupp. Who was Ludwig? Because it wasn't Killer Karl Krupp.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Puerto Rico, I'm not sure either. Luis Martinez and Eugenio Marin against Fargo and Stevens. Obviously, Don Stevens was Don Fargo. They got their name. They became a brother team when they teamed up in the New York territory. Because at first, Jackie had been going as Wildman Fargo, and Don had been brothers with Ray Stevens. Pete Manigoff was Bobby Manigoff's son, the pioneer champion. Skull Murphy, obviously, was Skull Murphy. Ricky Starr, the ballet dancer, and Dr. Jerry Graham. We've covered Jerry's exploits, but Rocca and Perez against the Hamilton brothers. This was the match where Jody became the youngest guy ever to main event Madison Square Garden, correct?
That is correct.
And the year on that is going to be, because of Fargo and Stevens having different names, I think it's 1957 in Madison Square Garden.
The date, Saturday, May 24th, 1958.
God damn it!
The Wonder Boys of the Mat. This is the unusual story of how 2 outstanding wrestlers became World Tag Team Champions. It all happened in the year 1956, in Miami, Florida, when Fargo and Stevens found themselves face-to-face in the ring as opponents for the first time. Wrestling with no time limit, the match was finally halted by officials. It seemed each man knew the other one's every move, and after realizing one could never beat the other, they decided, as a team, they would be champions. This came true by defeating the World Tag Team Champions in St. Louis on January 19th, 1957. Did that happen?
No.
The likeness of these...
Everything happened because they met Jack Pfeffer, and because they reminded him of Buddy Rogers.
The likeness of these blonde wonders is amazing. Not only their tactics, but their size, appearance, personalities, and most of all, their long hair. Both boys weigh in at 200.
I think Pfeffer wrote this.
Both boys weigh in at both boys. He did write this.
Yeah.
Both boys weigh in at 227 pounds, and both boys have tattoos. The only difference between them is that Fargo hails from Charlotte, North Carolina, and Stevens from Santa Monica, California. You will always recognize this team for the most thrilling, fabulous actions, and this makes them the world champions.
Fabulous.
Fabulous. How about that in the last sentence?
Well, and Pfeffer wrote that. And by the way, Don Fargo was really from Pittsburgh, and Jackie was from North Carolina. Now I've got to go back and look, because I thought they were Fargo and Stevens when they first went to New York. Then they were the Fargo brothers in Tennessee, but I believe that predates this, so they may have gone back to New York now that I look at it, and used the names that they had used before they finished that up and became the Fargo brothers full time. So I was 6 months off.
Okay, let me ask you this one. This next card, Jim. The first bout listed is a match. It doesn't say if it's a championship match. Tony Mr. USA Atlas and Rocky Johnson versus Adrian Adonis and Dick Murdoch. Superfly Jimmy Snuka versus Mr. Fuji. Big John Studd versus Ivan Putski. Andre the Giant versus Dr. D, David Schultz. Hulk Hogan versus the Masked Superstar. And finally, the main event, an 18-man over-the-top rope battle royal, $30,000 to the winner. The contestants include Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Ivan Putski, Jimmy Superfly Snuka, Tony Mr. USA Atlas, Rocky Johnson.
Everybody on the card.
Tiger Chung Lee.
Oh.
Mil Mascaras, the Masked Superstar, Dr. D. David Schultz, Big John Studd, Mr. Fuji, Adrian Adonis, Dick Murdoch, the Samoan, and Paul Orndorff.
Okay, well, obviously it's a WWF show. And the question is it, it would probably be 1984, but it could overlap potentially into late 83, but not by much. I don't know that it would be early 85. And it's almost impossible to say the city because they did these cards everywhere at that time across the country. Would this have been an early foray into St. Louis, or in the Northeast because of Mascaras, or St. Louis because of maybe television? I don't know.
Well, you did a good job with this one. Friday, February 10th, 1984.
Okay.
The Kiel Auditorium, St. Louis, Missouri.
Aha! There you go.
What do you think of this? 2 months. Well, not 2 months. I mean, they kind of went there, I guess, at the end of 83. But yeah, 2 months. February 84, WWF in St. Louis. The wrestling war is heating up. This is the card they present.
Well, they had... was this a house show, or do you think was this a taping? It was a house show because they advertised the entire lineup.
But I believe they taped, because I think I've seen this Battle Royal on one of their commercial tapes.
Yeah, they may have done something like that. And that's, again, I can't see the wisdom of booking Mil Mascaras in St. Louis unless it was going to be taped. Because who would give a shit? To be honest. I mean, Mil Mascaras, was that the only time he ever worked St. Louis in his life?
I'm not sure. I don't remember him on St. Louis shows. I don't remember too many masked wrestlers on St. Louis shows.
Yeah, and for the WWF even afterwards. So the point is, they did something for television or video that night, and the card, they've got Andre, they've got Hogan, they've got Snuka, they've got Adonis and Murdoch, they've got all the names, but it's not like, the WrestleMania card, because they were trying to go and run regularly there. So they wouldn't, that's probably why they put the Battle Royal in on top. Just have a feature attraction where they weren't burning up their, main matches. Because these are not exactly program matches necessarily, except for Atlas and Johnson, Adonis and Murdoch.
The practice of using cameras in any manner is an infringement of copyright material and is absolutely prohibited. How about that?
I wonder if that went for Linda Rufa, too.
Well, let's go to the next program here. Jim, this one, the first bout listed is Jim Nance versus Ron Romano. The second bout, Eduardo Carpentier.
Yeah, don't forget the last O.
Well, different programs, different things. Versus Mr. X. It does say there will be one more great bout. Argentina Rocca versus the Mongol. Crusher Lasowski versus Johnny Powers. And the main event of this program, the card, the Parade of Champions, Gene Kiniski versus Hans Schmidt.
Okay. You're just trying to fuck me all around, aren't you? I get the idea, obviously, from Johnny Powers. One would think Cleveland, Buffalo, that end of New York. Lasowski worked in the early 60s in Pittsburgh and the Northeast, some without actually working for Vince Sr. all that much. Kiniski's, this would be before he was the NWA champion, obviously. And he worked a lot for Vern in the Midwest and obviously Canada. Hans Schmidt was an international star, but would have been probably on the downhill slide of his career now, if this is indeed in the early 60s. Carpentier against Mr. X. Carpentier would have already been a big star, but just used on this to beat Mr. X and be an attraction. What the fuck is Argentina Rocca doing here? And which Mongol? Was it El Mongol? Phil Mercado? Was it? Who knows what Mongol it might have been? Guido Mongol. Which would then again put it in that Cleveland, Buffalo area. Or it could be Ontario of some description, and it's just a star-studded card. God damn it. It's between Buffalo and Cleveland in 1963.
The date, April 6th, a Saturday, 1968.
What?
The Memorial Auditorium at the foot of Main Street, Buffalo, New York.
What the fuck is Rocca doing there in 1968?
Bobby Bruns makes his promotional debut with the presentation of the 18th Annual Parade of Champions Saturday night, April 6th at the Memorial Auditorium. So go ahead.
He was running opposition to Martinez.
Well, I don't know about that, because it says Bobby
Bruns Martinez running yet?
Makes his promotional debut, and then it says here, Bobby Bruns, the most successful wrestling promoter in the world, has taken over the wrestling reins from Pedro Martinez, a pillar of the mat game in Buffalo, for the last 20 years. The energetic Bobby Bruns knows wrestling from A to Z. He developed a tremendous amount of interest in the wrestling game when a young man, and today has blossomed into the world's most respected promoter. Let me just stop for a second. Has anyone ever called Bobby Bruns the greatest promoter, the most respected promoter, the best promoter?
I've never heard that.
Bobby Bruns? Oh, go ahead.
Well, Pedro Martinez was still around after this. The NWF, Powers, and fucking the whole 9 yards. Did they pull some kind of switch where they sold it to him? He ran it to ground and they bought it back?
Well, here's another thing. Here's another article. It says information. Bobby Bruns, the world's greatest promoter and matchmaker, is the world's greatest listener and critic of his own shows. He's extending an offer to all the greatest wrestling fans in the world, meaning the Buffalo fans, to call him, wire him, write him, or get in touch with him in any way about his wrestling promotions. Tell him of your likes and dislikes. He's open to suggestions at all times. Don't forget, the world's greatest promoter and matchmaker wants very much to hear from you. He'll be a familiar figure in the city of Buffalo. Stop him on Main Street or in a Buffalo restaurant and talk to him about wrestling. You'll find he's a good listener and a very interesting man. Call him at 854-6171 or write to the Erie Wrestling Club, 234 Main Street, Buffalo, New York, 14202.
Was Buffalo that small a town back then? You could just find the guy pretty much anytime you wanted to, walking down the street.
How about Jim Nantz on this show, too? The football player.
Oh, I had no idea who the fuck that was.
Oh, the next wrestling date, Friday, April 19th. The great footballer Ernie Ladd, 6'9", 315 pounds from Kansas City Chiefs will appear.
So we got to find out what happened to Bobby Bruns and Martinez took the territory back over.
Well, hold on. I have another program. This one is from later in that year, October 25th. Yeah, this one too. Promoter Bobby Bruns presents The Gallagher Brothers are back. Memorial Auditorium, Friday, October 25th, 8:30 p.m.
Who's on that card?
See,
Just real quick.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing is who's on this card, plus other matches, obviously. Masked Marvel versus Don Lewin. I think Don Lewin may have been a local at that point, too.
Yes.
And
had probably been retired for quite some time.
Little Beaver and Cowboy Bradley versus Little Brutus and Billy the Kid. Hans Schmidt versus Gino Angelo. And the main event, Mike and Doc Gallagher versus Argentina Rocca and Johnny Powers.
Wow. See, this is a forgotten chapter in that area's wrestling history because Bobby Bruns, obviously, with Crusher Lasowski, he was nowhere near the Northeast in 1968. Hans Schmidt his career was winding down. Early 70s, he'd be retired. He was a major star in the early 50s with network TV. Kaniski, especially Rocca, Carpentier, friends of Bobby Bruns's. I didn't know that Rocca was wrestling in upstate New York in 1968. So it appeared, and the Gallaghers, who were from 10 years before. Bobby Bruns's old friends were coming in to work for him as he was trying to make Buffalo a go. And with that last card, boy, it doesn't appear to be working out. And Powers was there because, he was there and he was going to end up owning part of the office. And Don Lewin had been retired for years at that point.
By the way, ticket prices $150, $2, $250, and $3, all seats reserved. But I guess another point, because you can't see this, the front cover, the top of it mirrors the St. Louis program, the wrestling logo that other companies used also.
That Bobby Bruns would have been highly familiar with because he was involved in the Central States promotion for all those years.
The rest of the program is almost reminiscent of a Jack Pfeffer program from like the late 60s or from the mid 60s.
The flavor of the garish hyperbole of that era in wrestling kind of translated with those old timers from the 40s and 50s.
Bobby Bruns makes good his promise to Buffalo wrestling fans. When Bobby Bruns took over the promotion reins in Buffalo, he promised to make Buffalo the wrestling capital of the world again by bringing the greatest wrestlers of the world here. He is proving that he keeps his word as he brings in names like Gallagher Brothers, Moose Cholak, Antonino Rocca, Johnny Powers, Hans Schmidt, and many more. Doesn't seem like there's that many more. But all right, that was, we'll see what else we can find out about that.
Way, Rocca, after he left the Northeast and fell out and was moved out for Bruno by Vince Sr., he went to the Carolinas and worked for Jim Crockett Sr. when they were trying to run opposition into some of Vince's territory. Past that, I know he worked at least shortly for the Sheik in Detroit. But where else did he ever... He was not even working full-time in wrestling during this time period, was he?
Not that I'm aware of. And again, maybe this is something I need to take a deeper dive in. He may have showed up on a Detroit show here and there. I know eventually in the 70s, I think he was down in Puerto Rico at the very end before he died.
Yeah.
But, after...
And did TV commentary in the mid-70s with Vince Jr. for Vince Sr. when they made up. But this had to be a favor for Bobby Bruns.
Well, we'll see what else we can find out about this, because Bobby Bruns, of course, a lot of talk in the last few years of the Observer Hall of Fame. He is the guy credited with, I guess, discovering Ricky Dozan or developing Ricky Dozan, and because of that, Japanese wrestling. Yeah,
well, he booked the first American wrestling tour into Japan, including Mike and Ben Sharp, the Sharp brothers, and they set the the habit, the pattern of native Japanese wrestlers beating up big evil Americans. But he didn't really discover Ricky Dozan because he wasn't anything to discover. He was a sumo wrestler, yes, but he developed Ricky Dozan to be an attraction in pro wrestling as the native hero. And that was successful. So you don't really discover someone like that as much as develop them. But I agree with you.
All right, Jim, this may be our last program today. The first event, Silento Rodriguez versus Gentleman Ed Sharp.
All right.
The second event, Jack O'Reilly versus Pretty Boy Collins. 1 fall, 15 minutes.
Okay.
The semifinal event, 1 fall, 20-minute time limit. Gentleman Ed Sharp and Tough Tony Morelli versus Silento Rodriguez and Alex Perez.
Oh.
The first main event has a stipulation I can't reveal. It doesn't matter. For the World Judo Championship, the stipulation of the match is that the only way a fall can be won is by one man or the other being rendered unconscious, or if the other man concedes defeat.
That's how they do it in judo.
2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit.
Jesus Christ.
Gene LaBelle, the champion, versus Ricky Romero.
Okay.
And the second main event of a double main event card. 2 out of 3 falls, 1 hour time limit. Nick Roberts versus Silent Joe Hamilton.
Okay. Very, very odd to have Silent Joe and Silento on the same. Well,
it is weird.
Silento Rodriguez obviously was the noted journeyman babyface who was deaf and couldn't hear. And he got audience participation in his matches because they would jump up and down and wave and yell and point if somebody was sneaking up behind him because he couldn't hear it or whatever. No idea who the guys in the second match are. They brought a couple guys back in a tag, and really the thing that made me perk up there was Alex Perez, because that meant that it was either going to be in the South for Nick or in the Southwest states like Texas. And then when you mention Gene LaBelle, that makes you automatically go to Los Angeles, but this was back in the days when LaBelle was probably trying to wrestle more often than not, because Ricky Romero would bring us back to Texas, and then Nick Roberts, being Baby Doll's father and not only a top wrestler in Texas, but the promoter in Amarillo and Lubbock in the 80s at least, and Jody Hamilton, before he became one of the assassins, after he main evented as the youngest guy to ever main event Madison Square Garden. Silento had to be real young. I would see him doing jobs on Tennessee TV in the early 70s. But he was young there because LaBelle wouldn't have been traveling past the early 60s. Ricky Romero still in his prime. Nick Roberts still in the ring. We are either in Amarillo or Lubbock, Texas, or some goddamn hoo-ha place in New Mexico. And I'm just going to take a swing and a stab at the year as being 1962.
This program, Jim, the Sports Arena Tri-State Fairground, Amarillo, Texas.
Okay.
Thursday, April 28th, 1960.
2 years off. Son of a bitch.
Silent Joe Hamilton, master of the rolling cradles, sometimes called the rocking chair split, here tonight. Girls, girls, girls! Lorraine Johnson and Laura Martinez, here Thursday, May 12th.
By the way, was Lorraine Johnson not later on married to Nick Roberts and begat Baby Doll? That was right. Baby Doll's mom, right? Yeah.
The Mighty Mites of the Mat. The midget wrestlers Lord Littlebrook, Cowboy Bradley, Ball Brummel, and Tiny Rowe, coming May 26th. Coming soon, brutal and vicious Japanese star, Kinji Shibuya, the biggest and most vicious Japanese wrestler in the world today, the 6th ranking heavyweight wrestler in the world, 6 feet tall, 245, coming soon. Also here.
Who was booking the midgets back then? They got booked out of Montreal in the days of Sky Low Low, and a lot of them were French Canadian, and then Littlebrook came over and moved the midget booking town to St. Joseph, Missouri.
Littlebrook's on the show, so I don't know.
But I mean, well, Littlebrook's originally from England for real. He wasn't a fake English person. But I think the midgets until that were booked out of Montreal.
Do you think Lord Littlebrook is the greatest midget wrestler name?
Sky Low Low or Fuzzy Cupid. Either one has to be the greatest. And they were the pioneers, so give them the credit.
Fuzzy Cupid over Little Beaver?
Well, every once in a while I'll take a Fuzzy Cupid over a Little Beaver, but just depends on the way I'm feeling.
Attention wrestling fans. Something new has come to KFDA TV Channel 10 every Sunday from 10 p.m. till 12:30 p.m. From 12 p.m. till 12:30 p.m. Our wrestling promoter, Doc Sarpolis, has a TV sports show entitled Ringside with the Wrestlers. Featured every Sunday will be special guests from the wrestling world, informal interviews with wrestling fans, and a general rundown on all sports of major interest, plus other features. Sitting in with Doc each Sunday will be wrestler referee Tommy Phelps and Warren Anderson, one of the outstanding TV announcers of the Panhandle area. Better known as... that's the whole sentence. Better known as the Plainsman. And from week to week, there'll be many surprises in store for the viewers, so make it a regular Sunday afternoon date to watch Ringside with the Wrestlers with Doc Sarpolis as your host, 12 to 12:30 p.m.
And that was obviously in addition to whatever their local wrestling program was, but can you imagine? I would love to have seen that local television in black and white in the studio in Amarillo, Texas in 1960 with the wrestling promoter, one of the sports guys from the station, and a bunch of fucking wrestlers. Good God, that could have been local television at its best and most exciting.
A bunch of local wrestlers, Dory Funk Sr. I mean, can you imagine that on local hero? Speaking of which, Funk fined $100 and suspended in Amarillo. The State Athletic Commission has fined Dory Funk $100 and suspended him indefinitely in Amarillo for the attack upon the world's heavyweight champion Pat O'Connor last Thursday night. Funk has already taken action against the state commission, and the commission has been ordered a date in Travis County, Austin, Texas, for a hearing, so that Funk can give his side of the story. For the $100 fine that's suspended in Amarillo. Would that ever happen as a shoot where you're doing something, you know, like just to use this example, Dory Funk Sr., Dory Funk, there was no junior at the time. Dory, as far as wrestling fans do, Dory Funk attacks the world champion to build up to a match. The athletic commission, who's not smart or not into it or just doesn't like you, says, you're suspended. You're not supposed to do that.
Yes. Yes, that has happened. It happened a lot in the days, the 40s, 50s, 60s, places like Amarillo. In a lot of cases, though, now, to be fair, Scott Teal's history of Amarillo indicates that Dory had friendly politicians and or police that would probably participate in shit. But there's always cases of the athletic commission and the promoter or wrestler getting on opposite sides of each other. The promoter here in Louisville in the 40s had a public spat back and forth with the commission over a date to run a wrestling show the night before the Kentucky Derby when the athletic commission had cleared a boxing show instead of his wrestling show. Or there was when they had the mark. He wasn't even a mark. He wasn't a wrestling fan. Athletic commissioner, in most cases, was a political appointment. When you got a new governor, he'd put friends on make the athletic commission or on this board or whatever the fuck. And we got Fred Lampson in the early 80s. And he's the one that complained the first time he saw a battle royal because the rules of wrestling say if you throw a guy over the top rope, you're disqualified. So the 20-man battle royal would have 19 winners because the guy got thrown over the top rope. And then they did an angle the sheep herders jumped Thomas Marlin, the referee, and beat him up. In the process of doing this angle, they were going to come back the next week with a loser leave town match because the sheep herders were leaving. Well, that's what fucking Lamson saw that and legitimately fined Jonathan Boyd $250 for attacking the referee and suspended him until he paid it. So Jerry Jarrett had to pay $250 to the state of Kentucky to get Jonathan Boyd reinstated so he could come back the next week and lose a loser leave town match and never come back again. But many times the commission people were either in on it with the promoter or conversely completely not smart about anything. And they would treat it like a shoot at inopportune times.
Well, one final note from this program, title explanations. World's Heavyweight Champion Pat O'Connor, Wellington, New Zealand. World Junior Heavyweight Champion Dory Funk. Dory Funk defeated Iron Mike in Amarillo, June 25th, 1959. He is recognized in Texas and Alaska. North American Champion. The title has been declared vacant by the State Athletic Commission until a tournament can be held to decide a new champion. And finally, the World Tag Team Champions, Alex Perez and the Mighty Ortega. They defeated Dory Funk and Dick Hutton, Amarillo, March 10th, 1960.
You know, and that's the thing also is that Iron Mike DiBiase, Ted's father, was at one point legitimately recognized as the World Junior Heavyweight Champion. But at the same time, he had ties to Texas, so Dory Sr., as you mentioned, it wasn't no senior at that point, but Dory Sr. was able to get a win over him in his hometown and therefore be recognized there as the World Junior Heavyweight Champion, even though nobody else did. Well, Texas and Alaska. But you could do that shit back then, and the people in Amarillo didn't give a fuck about who was wrestling in Oregon. They thought Dory Funk was the toughest man in the world. And I bet you a lot of modern fans are going to, well, junior heavyweight, Dory Sr., was he 200 pounds until he got old and fleshed out a little bit?
I mean, from the pictures I've seen, that's what it looks like, yeah. Maybe.
You know, maybe, yeah. But, and he was, through the fact that he was a pretty fucking salty old bastard, but he was able to convince the people with the chain matches and the Texas death matches and the fucking blood and the angles and beating the shit out of people on the street that he was the toughest man in Amarillo, Texas in the 1950s. And you have to think there was some competition in a cow town like that, right? It was still the Wild West. And people believed him. That's why I remember Terry told a story when he and Dory were little kids and they went in a restaurant. They're eating with their mom and dad. And this guy comes up to Dory and tells him wrestling's all fake and bullshit. And Terry said, and my father just stood up and beat the ever-loving shit out of that guy right in that restaurant in front of his family. And he got away with it, too, because he was Dory Funk. And that's how he got respect in Amarillo for the wrestling business.
Was it tougher to be a wrestler in the era of kayfabe in a big city or a small city?
In a small city. Because think about it, when I can tell you from personal experience that when we went to Louisiana to work in Mid-South Wrestling, if we were in Houston, just on the street, people would see it, but, and we weren't that frequent visitors, but still, huge TV ratings, but a tremendous sized city. And chances are that even if there are 200,000 or 300,000 people watching wrestling in a city of 1.5 million or whatever it was, the more people you see, more people ain't going to know you. But if you went to Lafayette, Louisiana, or Lake Charles, or Alexandria, or Monroe, or even Baton Rouge, New Orleans, if you were JYD, Jackson, Mississippi, you're on fucking TV, and almost everybody in town is watching it, and you're going to get recognized more often than not. And if you're a heel, that means somebody's going to fuck with you. So it was easier in those days being in a big city than being in a smaller city, because you could kind of get lost.
Well, there it is, another edition of Guess the Program. We'll be doing this again very soon. We'll be doing this program again soon, but with that, the drive-thru has closed. All right.
Jesus Christ.
It's like vibrating on my desk. Let me put this over here.
Your vibrator's on your desk.
That's not what I said. I said it was vibrating on my desk, so I moved it off my desk.
Well, apparently that's what a vibrator does. A dog barks and a cat meows.
My vibrator wasn't... I don't have a vibrator. There was nothing vibrating on the desk. It was a thumb piano with some vibrato.
That's what they're calling them these days, hey?
Listen,
a thumb piano that commits vibrato.
We'll be back in several days, early next week on the Jim Cornette Experience, wherever you find your favorite podcast. And of course, back next week, right back here on the drive-thru. Once again, wherever you find your favorite podcast, everywhere we used to be, plus more. The Jim Cornette Experience and Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru. Follow Jim on Twitter at @TheJimCornette. You can follow me on Twitter at GreatBrianLast. That's also my tag on Instagram and Threads and wherever else I am. Hear me on the 605 Superpodcast, 605pod.com, available wherever you find your favorite podcast. And don't forget about the wrestling news every day, thewrestlingnews.com. Or look for Arcadian Vanguard's The Wrestling News, wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Go through the archives, patreon.com/Cornette. $5 a month gets you access to the archive, going back all the way to 2013, patreon.com/Cornette. Of course, the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Just go to YouTube and search for Jim Cornette. It'll come right up. Full episodes, clips of episodes, omnibus collections, all with the very popular Travis Heckel artwork and the guest artists. Check it out today, the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Cornette's Collectibles at JimCornette.com. What's going on, Jim?
All kinds of things on sale now. Get them while you can, because Hotchkiss Featherbottom needs to buy a new mattress. JimCornette.com for all your fine Cornette needs. Shirts, books, DVDs, autographed items, and more.
At JimCornette.com.
And Hotchkiss won't piss on them.
The drive-thru is brought to you by the law office of Stephen P. New, 888-692-8084. Get even with Stephen at newlawoffice.com. Conan! But until the experience, and next week right back here on the drive-thru, for Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!
Conan!